Hello, everyone. I am glad to be here, and to all those that are watching this as a rerun on YouTube or as a podcast recording, welcome. And I'm going to talk about different things, and perhaps tonight we'll have some callers, we'll see. And I'm going to start with playing a game while we wait for others to come through, so nobody misses anything or too much. And here we go. Alright. Hello. Here I am. And I wasn't here on the one yesterday because of family matters. And glad to be here this time. And now I will say briefly what is going on. So there's a situation with the Peru aliens that I will do an update about. I'll talk about some conspiracy theories from things that y'all sent me. And we'll see where it goes from there. And for now, I'll play a game. And hello, Mary Cherry. Good evening. And now, let's see. Anybody, and I'll say this again, probably. Is anyone doing anything interesting this weekend? Today was interesting. Recently I had some rain, and I'm glad that the rain did come recently, because we went through a drought down in New Orleans. So the recent news is that there's a drought, and everything was going pretty, like the grass has been dying over here, and now we had some rain, and we'll see how that goes. Okay. Now I'll go into the other area. Okay, now I will do the gaming now. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Just on the pirate game again. Okay, so yeah, this is a nice moon. Right now it's a crescent moon down here. And this is the nice island, that's the Big Dipper. Some more stars. Yeah, I remember when the electricity went out. I remember that. Yeah, that was I was cringe when that happened. But it did rain for a little bit. But not as much as we would have thought it would have rained, or as much as they told us it would rain. Because the thing about the aliens in Peru is absolutely crazy. What they're saying about it now. And I'll get to that later on. I will. And fight some of these people with a different sword. Let's see. And recently I did a short about Merlin being the descendant of the incubus demon, a male demon. And that short did well. Glad to help people understand stuff about that. That was an interesting read, and there'll be more of those to come. Each sword has special abilities. And I like these different swords. But my favorite one is the one for healing, obviously, because if you're dealing with a more powerful enemy, it's going to be very, very good if you're able to protect yourself. Hey, Meta. Glad you could come, and I want you to call in a little bit later. I want you to call in and talk. And I'm glad to see you, Meta and Sarah. And I'm glad to. And I look closer at chat, and I see that they were there. Probably have to fix the window a little bit, so I can make sure I'm seeing what's going on here. Yeah, that's better. This is much better. I could see what's going on better. Yeah, someone must have picked up something, like they digged up some gold from here from one of their quests. I'll do quests on here. And yes, I'm glad to be live. I'm glad that you all enjoy it as well. Yeah, and also let's see. Yeah, so it was pouring for a little while, Sarah, like for shortly, briefly, and then the power went off. And then it went back on around 7:20, 7:15, and it was supposed to be on by 8, so it came on early than we thought. Now, to me, we were wearing rain jackets, and I thought it was pouring, but perhaps I'm being like some of the Titanic survivors, I'm not remembering it accurately. I recently visited my old Roblox level. And yeah, I have a lot of different things there. I could do a stream about that. And yeah, Meta, I read your mind. I read it before, like I knew what you were thinking, and I needed to go live. Because I have those alien abilities. Biologics. That's what I have. I'll go into this cave, and I'll go into the other caves too. Then we'll get into some topics, and Meta could call in. Because he was going to call in last time, but this time he would have much, much more time to talk. Much more time. Alright. Well, yeah, that thing's floating in the air. That's funny. Alright. Yeah, it's floating in the air. Got that one. Deep in the cave. And thank you, Sarah, for the stuff that you sent me. And Sarah, I like the stuff you're sending me. So Sarah was sending me some stuff about how some of these woke people are trying to have these summon a demon for children, and they're trying to normalize these demonic things. And we're under attack. The Christians are under attack. Yes. Yeah, Meta, that was funny. And we could see basically how in times we have seen this with Christianity, what's been going on, and also with other faiths as well, have been persecuted by these woke people. Not saying like atheistic or agnostic people in particular, but these extremist movements by these political leftists. That's what I'm talking about. And basically, like the kid that was reading the Bible at the drag queen show event for kids or something. Yeah, and then he went in jail. He got arrested for reading the Bible to them. It just kind of shows that there's some kind of a bias going on, and I think that, like, I wouldn't think it's good to arrest people that are trying to do something like that, and they're not doing anything bad, they're just reading them a book. Like, there was some witches and stuff that did things, like, in public, and everybody was okay with it, but, oh, reading a Bible, this is terrible. You can't do that. But of course, people of different beliefs should all, like, if they don't believe, that's fine. They don't believe, but either side shouldn't attack each other. Like, I'm referring to the leftist extremists. who have infiltrated a lot of things. Oh, okay, Meta. Thanks for sharing that with us. Haley and look, yeah, yeah. Shout out to Meta. He's funny. And shout out the chat too. Meta's cracking some jokes. He's always very funny. Always funny. Exactly, Mary. It's very negative what's going on, and those kind of movies are negative. It's good to know what's going on. Like, I learned about different things and what they mean, but yeah, a lot of people do things for negative purposes. And Meta, you'll talk to. I'll be glad to hear about it in a little bit, and you could talk about it when I open up the lines, and you could call in, and I'll have you on the whole show. I'm glad you showed up, Meta, because I wanted to give you the opportunity to say what you got to say. It's very important. I like talking to Meta. He and also chat, and anybody could call in. Also, Sarah's called in before. They do very well. Amen, Meta. They're demons. Amen. I will say that there are some leftist regimes that were not as harsh on Christianity. Like, there are some parts of the Soviet Union that they had this situation where they opened the churches and stuff. So there's people that were leftists that weren't that bad. But yeah, I understand it's even worse than something leftist. It's not a political thing in a sense. It's the demons. I do agree, Meta. At this point, it's like that they're demons. I get it. Like, we're experiencing one of the worst uprisings in human history. I agree, Meta, and my ancestors and my living relatives were in that, like the old-fashioned ones, like the JFK kind. And they're definitely not the same what they used to be. And I'm talking about a radical extreme, and you're confirming what I was saying. I'm talking about a radical extremist movement that are basically like demons. And I do agree the Democrat Party is destroyed. It's nothing like it used to be one time. I was listening to JFK's phone calls with Eisenhower, and it's like YouTube. It's like talking on YouTube. It's pretty cool. But now we have the different technology, like when I talk to Meta, I have these headphones on. It's not like I don't have the old phone to my ear like they had back in those days. But yeah, totally, Meta. I totally agree. Good point. Futurists. Yes, Meta. I totally agree about that, and they want their Marxism. They sure do. They want it to be a Marxist utopia, and their strand of Marxism, School of Frankfurt, and it's more radical than any other form of Marxism that we've seen before, except in, of course, in the USSR when it was founded in the earlier days of it. As it went on, it was trying to go back to its conservative roots. I know that sounds odd, but I could elaborate if y'all want me to. But basically, when they took over Russia, they had all this woke stuff that we have here, and they also in Germany, the fascism and stuff. And then they came over here and are doing the same thing. Like, I think in the early 2000s, when I was a kid, in the 90s, I was a little baby at the end of it, people were different back then. Nice, Meta. That's pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, Meta, you make very good comments. Oh yeah, Sarah, they are doing that. They certainly are. And Germany, as I said, Karl Marx was German. He was in Germany, and in Germany there's people like a lot of them had like German Jewish heritage, but I'm not putting Jewish people down. I'm just saying in that region there's a lot of people that have like say in America you have people that are part Irish or Italian. Over there there's like German Jews and there's Germans and different people. There's different groups over there. And yeah, Karl Marx, he was from Germany, and he was a German nationalist. And his background, he had his father was a rabbi, but this doesn't mean anything about Jewish people, just his background. And his family converted to the Lutheran faith, and he was baptized a Christian. And he was a German nationalist. He wasn't like these like leftist people, but of course the ideologies originated from him. A lot of these things originated, and then the people from the school of Frankfurt, which is also from Germany, was the time of Hitler. They came up with the woke leftist stuff. And as you know, Hitler did bad things on his side with the fascism. And it looks like they combined both of them together and we have what we have today. So yes, fascism was from Italy and communism was from Germany originally. And also National Socialism, which is Hitler's ideology, was his brand of fascism from Germany. So Antifa's from Germany. The cultural Marxists are from Germany. The regular Marxists are from Germany. So that's where all these strange ideas come from there. And I'm the only normal thing from Germany. Well, I am an alien, so, but I'm not like them, but I am an alien though. Yes, Meta, I agree, and that's a good point about Trump. Yes. All right, we got the graves right here, the tombs, chilling. And Trump is a very, I would like to meet him. He's a very cool dude. I remember after I knew, I never, I didn't support Hillary, but like in the beginning, I was like, Trump, I like Trump, but I wasn't too sure about him. Contrary to what people, like, say some family members and people think. Like, I wasn't sure about Trump like they weren't, but then I learned his policies more and his intentions, and then I was like, all right, I see what he's trying to do, and that's good. But at first, I was uncertain about him. Yeah, Meta, and it reminds me of like when you meet like a royal person from like Europe. That's how like you meet them a certain way. Oh no, Mary, I understand Jesus was Jewish and it is his chosen people. I'm not against Jewish people. I wasn't saying that. I was just saying like Karl Marx's background, that's all. And I was saying that there's many people in Germany in that part of the world that have Jewish heritage. It's not a bad thing or anything. But and people kind of use and twist that around for their own political agendas. I'm just telling you historically what happened. But no, Marx was a he was actually against Jewish people, Karl Marx. He was very anti-Semitic, and he was a German nationalist. So no, he was in denial about his own heritage. He would be projecting. So no, like I'm just saying what happened. Facts, as Trump always did, and that's good. And Jesus was Jewish, yes. But you gotta remember, people will twist things around, and like yes, like Marx didn't like Jewish people. He didn't, and he was for atheism, and he believed that society would evolve into it. But I think there are good things, and I'm a Christian, obviously, but I think in Christianity there are good things in it that people can follow, even if they weren't religious. That when society, like with Leave It to Beaver or Donna Reed, people were more, people were better back then. And we could always discuss the technical parts of it. But yeah, I think that like the atheist Marxists, they only made things worse. Like China, they killed a lot of people there. In Russia, the Marxists killed so many people all over the world. Just like killing machines, and also fascism too, of course. It's just strange. And so many people have fallen to these ideologies in America. So many people have fallen to it. Right, Meta. I agree. I agree. Right. Exactly. Exactly, Sarah. Exactly. And yes, yes, Meta, you make a good point too. I like what you said. That's very accurate. I agree with you. He's doing witchcraft on me, this character. Yes. Yes, Meta, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and the thing about, yeah, it was a theory. It was a Marxist theory. And the thing is, it's like maybe in another time period when they wrote it, it would have, people were different back then. But like you see, like in California and these places, these homeless people everywhere I've seen, and the rows and rows of homeless people everywhere. It's like, yeah, there's no private property or anything, and everybody's living together, but it's dystopian. It's dystopian. It's very Orwellian, in my opinion. Now, the father of Jesus, he would be from the like the Christian and Jewish and the Abrahamic faiths, and I see what you're saying. Like it was just different people from different times, and he ordained Christ, and Christ is God and the human incarnation of him. And yes, I understand, Mary. Thank you. Yes, Meta, I think humans are very flawed. I agree with that. Oh, look, they burned this whole thing down. Look, it's Antifa zombies. And they're jumping for joy. Right. And also, the thing with the communism, it's like there could be like something where if it had something good in it or some good idea about it, people can like take this good thing out of it, like eat the chicken throughout the bones, keep the baby throughout the bathwater. Because I think that things would need to be balanced, and I feel it's an extreme, and they would say like society would evolve into communism where there's different phases, like there's a capitalist phase and a socialistic phase, and then the people just went right into communism and it turned into a party dictatorship. And but as I said, these woke people, it's from the school of Frankfurt, and yes, some of those people were Jewish thinkers, not, but they're atheistic. They weren't the righteous Jewish people, the religious ones. Okay, it's like just like there's bad Christians and bad Muslims and bad atheists. Just yeah, there's a lot of people in that part of the world that had that DNA in them. It's not really. It's like someone being Irish or Italian in America. It's like I'm not putting any race down. And oh yeah, look, see, they're burning this place down. Now, Meta, that is an interesting question. I gotta look at this one again. All right, so Meta says, do you think if Planet of Dogs will somehow stop shitting on the ground one day? Well, that would be, yeah, they would need to develop the toilets, little dog toilets, or use something like that. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good riddle right there. Level up sword. All right. All right. Exactly, Meta. That's a good point. Because deception, war is about deception, right? It's like you wouldn't know for sure. It's like I could masquerade as something good, and like I was studying things about 9/11 recently, and how the hijackers were like they're going back to the airport and everything's gonna be okay. But of course they're not gonna say that they're gonna fly a plane into a building. They just tell everybody it's gonna be okay, and that's why exactly what Meta said. It could be deceptive. Things can be deceptive. Remember, I had good conversations with people on the channel through the ads about what's going on here. I had good conversations about the aliens and what they can be and stuff. We had good conversations about that on the channel. Well, I think the dogs build toilets secretly, Meta, and they're just playing a prank on all of us. But that's just a conspiracy. That's just from my alien way of thinking. But I think you're most likely correct. Hello, Amanda. Nice to see you. I'm glad that you're here. I had to deal with some family matters yesterday, so I was not around for that stream. But I will be live Thursday and Friday of next week. Friday and Thursday next week at night. I'll do those. And as I said, at some point there will be the daytime ones again. Like the Sunday ones I did before, if you remember. I'll do those again too. And I just have to... Yeah, so this is the Antifa zombies I'm dealing with here. And they're having a blast right now. I agree, Meta. I agree. You thought YouTube was pulling a prank on you. Yeah. I need to be punished for that. Alright. Now I'm killing this alligator. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so is the Antifa zombies. Okay, here we go. Alright, here we go. Bam. Knocked him out. Yeah, that's a cool hat. I'll definitely go over here and throw some generic thing away. Put that in the can. Yeah, trash it and take it all. Let's see what that would look like on me. Yeah, we put that there. I got a cool hat. I got a new hat, chat. I got myself a cool new hat. Now, I see what you're saying, Meta, about Antifa. Now, in my opinion, I feel that they were always bad, because in Germany, they did the same thing. Because Antifa was in Germany. Maybe in America, they had a different system and it got infiltrated by the original Antifa. But in Germany, they had Antifa, and they did the same things that they do now. They took down the statues and they rioted and stuff. Similar to Hitler's SA that did rioting to Jewish stuff, Jewish shops and things. But as I said, I don't know much about the earlier part of the Antifa movement and Anonymous. I know Anonymous was something different, I think, and then it changed. Yeah, and I think you're right, Meta. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that it must have been infiltrated by the other version of Antifa if it was good at one time, hypothetically. But I don't know much about that. You could explain it when you get on the phone if you want. Okay, Amanda, glad you're listening. And shout out to Ava. Okay, Meta. Okay, Meta. Thank you for telling me that. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. Because it must have been infiltrated by the ones from the original Antifa. Because Antifa existed in Germany in the 20s and stuff. So they like must have re-infiltrated it. So I didn't know that. Thank you for explaining. Yeah. So this is them burning down everything and the pirates. It's like they want to attack the pirates all the time, but you have these demonic zombie things literally running around burning stuff, and they're having the regular pirate is having a problem. It's just absurd. Look at this dude. Like they're always attacking the pirates, like your average human pirate all the time, like the Navy and the East India Company. They're always attacking the pirates. But like you see this thing, he's just burning everything down like a zombie. It's not even like a human. It's a zombie. It's like a demon. It's like a demonic creature thing. It's a cryptid, and he's burning everything down. It's absurd. All right, go in there. I see a go in here. This reminds me of this place in City Park where you can go into. They had this fairy tale land in City Park I used to go to as a kid, and this is kind of what this place reminds me of. Now we're shooting at these things. We're gonna get the bomb out. Yeah. Oh, this big thing's coming over here. No, this one. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I think that's really important to know that that's what's going on, and it's a good conversation. Let's see. Get this thing. Now there's two people, so it should be better. Oh yeah, we're killing off this boss right here. Yeah, so right now I'm killing off the boss with another player. Oh, this is Bigfoot Morty. That's what this thing's called. I was right. These things are cryptids. Yeah, so this is the cryptids I'm dealing with. And it looks like the other player's like helping me out here. Like he's giving with his voodoo powers, he's helping me stay alive so I don't get myself killed off. It's pretty cool. That's why it's good to have friends and stuff here. It's good that teamwork's good. Let's see. Nice. I got the big treasure chest. Let's see. I don't know. I don't really need the other sword. Okay. Yeah, now we're throwing a bomb at this thing. A grenade. Ah. Yeah, so this other player and I are doing this right now. We're getting this thing taken out. Yeah. I always said, like, yeah, teamwork is the best thing in this game. Because, like, if you're by yourself, it's a little bit tedious. Yeah, I'll probably could get rid of this other thing. Alright. Yeah, trash it. Okay. Okay, now I took the plunder. Ah, that's a cool sword. I'm glad I got that one. It has the healing power. Well, I was thankful for that little venture we had. Yeah, I defeated a boss. With teamwork. Alright. And we're just throwing some bombs at some cryptids. It was a Bigfoot. I defeated a Bigfoot cryptid. Yeah, so we got that. About to level up soon. Alright. That's nice of him. The dude's giving me healing again. Yeah, shout out to this dude. He's helped me out here. I have other friends in this game, but they like disappeared at some point when the other computer crashed. Well, it didn't crash. It got worn out and it needs some stuff done to it probably. But I got this new one. Ah, they're coming from behind me, huh? Yeah, and I have this pistol. It's like a Glock. Or something like this, like a regular pistol. Yeah, that was a cool sword. Yeah, you hold this thing down. Get that. Pirate zombies. That's an interesting one. So yeah, it's basically another thing is with the. I'll say about the weather here, as I was saying before. So the weather here is so crazy right now, like with the drought. And it just all the grass is dead and stuff. It's really different than what it used to be. Yeah, but I understand meta. I understand. Yeah, meta. I understand. Because this thing in the game, it's like something called like voodoo, and but as I said, it's like Merlin, like how Merlin had powers he used for good. It's this stuff's being used for good. All right. He's throwing a dagger at me. When YouTube is making migrations in their server, It's cringe. Like, and then the thing stops working. In their server, because, like, I'll be doing something and something was out of place, because sometimes their migrations would take a little while. Yeah. But as I said, I'll get to the other topics. Sarah's funny. Hello, Miss Madam. Glad you're here. Glad to see you in chat. Hope you're having a nice day and a good weekend. Is coming. Alright. Yeah, where's your button, Sarah? Where is it? I like how in this game the Bigfoot creature just came out of nowhere and he hopped from the top to the bottom. Yeah, it's like, yeah, YouTube's cringe. Now, Meta, what kind of button do you think should be used instead? I have an idea in my head what I think it is. I just want to know your thoughts. All right, and yeah. So as I was saying, basically, what I think is going on here with YouTube, they do a lot of silly things, and their stuff is kind of outdated. Now, I like nav bars that have different colors. I like that, and I just upgraded a level chat for my game. My upgraded to level 24. Let's see what upgraded. All right, so let's do this. I got this really cool sword. I like it. It's a nice advanced sword. It's not a goofy sword. Yeah, thank you, chat. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Meta. I agree. And I healed myself. Oh, we were talking. I was talking on another stream in the chat. We were like chilling, and we're talking about social media's effect on people. And I'm like, I think the social media can be used as a oh, he's back. The boss is back. Here we go. How basically he can, well, that social media can cause people problems. And I think it can cause a lot of people problems, but I think things could also be used for good. And that people can make good relations with people online, like we're doing right now. Yeah, I'm defeating the Bigfoot monster. Again. I got a treasure chest. And I have this person trying to kill me right now, a zombie trying to kill me right now, so I'm going to go over here and just end his whole career right now. Alright, there we go. Okay, there's some clothing. I could go throw out some old clothing, which I could really sell it, but I don't have time for that because I would miss out on it. Let's see. We'll throw that away. And we'll take it all, sort of. See this green thing? Let's see. Change my whole outfit. And I've been wearing that outfit for a couple of years, and now I'm wearing a new outfit. Just tonight, chat. And I had some stuff to talk about. Now, I'll say this. So, the situation down in that area, in the region of Peru, they're saying it was drug cartels or something on with hover packs on. But I think that's nonsense. I think there was some kind of UAP creature. That's what I think it was, and they're covering it up now. And those gold miners, too. So that's the situation we're dealing with. They're saying they're gold miners and they're other things. With the aliens in Peru. But I don't think that just doesn't make any sense. That's more far-fetched. Although I believe in aliens, that sounds even more far-fetched. That it's just a group of people getting together on hover packs and riding around and terrorizing people. It's just goofy. And they weren't on hover packs. They had they're on flying devices on their shoes. Now, let's see. They're mining in the water. That's hysterical. Like, a lot of the stuff in this game, like, it's, say, like, when I was in those islands before and I was getting, like, killed off, if I had this guy around, I would have been healed. Like, you can heal somebody in the game. Like, if someone dies, it can go and heal you. You wouldn't need a hover pack to... Okay, Sarah, glad you're listening. And I'll say, Meta, do you want to call in now? Shortly, you want to call in? Because I'll open up the lines in a few moments, if you're ready for it. So I would like you to come on now, and you could talk about whatever. Alright. And then I'll tell this dude that I'll be heading out, but I'm probably going to, and if he doesn't do it right now, I'll go read some articles, but I'll have Meta on. I'd like him on now. Let's see. Okay, I'm about to kill this thing off. Alright, yeah. This sword's really good, man. This sword technique does very well. Wow. Yeah, this sword does great. And also, we got the different guns and stuff. Alright, this dude's getting killed off. We'll go and help him out here. Okay, get some gold. Some silver, whatever it is. This is my favorite gun in the game because it's like in the game you can do very well. Like you can reload very quickly. It's like an automatic gun. Hey, ASSV Wolverines, glad to have you here. I'm about to end this thing's career. Alright. There we go. ASSV Wolverines is pretty cool. Glad he's around. Because the thing about these things, they come back from the dead. They're goofy. And ASSV Wolverines, how are you? How's your weekend? Anything you're planning on this weekend? Planning on doing? Yeah. And as I said, I'll eventually get into the other articles. Alright. And so I'm playing with another player. Now I'll show you what happens to see if this guy saves me. So, okay, I'm knocked out. We'll see what he does. See, look. See this guy? How he's going to revive me? As hopefully he knows how to do it with a tonic. Let's see if he knows how to do this. So what he's supposed to do is he's supposed to get me tonic and revive me, but he either doesn't have any tonic or he doesn't know how to do it. And I just told him press shift. Alright, here we go. Now he's doing it. See how he's reviving me? Yeah, see? He's reviving me. And then I come back. See? See how it's done? Alright. There I go again. I die again. And see, he's going to revive me. And I want to take a tonic so I don't kill myself again. I'm going to press T because I died too quickly. Alright. Alright. Alright, so here we go. We're going to go with another one right here. And I'm going to get to you, chat. I just had a moment in the game. Alright. Alright. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ASSV Wolverines. Glad that you got a hold of it. I'm glad that you get a hold of me. Alright. Alright. Alright, here we go. Kill this thing off. Now him and I are in the same crew. I don't know if I'm going to be here for a long time. And yeah, this dude revives me, and I'm going to go and revive him. Yeah, I'll get the voodoo thing. Okay, where is it? Where is my wet weapons? Yeah, okay, here we go. I have one right here. Okay, here we go. Let's help this dude out. And it's not that one. That one doesn't heal anything. Let's see which one does heal something. Does it heal? I hope I didn't get rid of that one. Okay. Let's see if that heals. Does it heal? Yeah, I don't know, dude. It just this thing's goofy. Okay, I see Wolverines. Thank you. Yeah, so you saw how it works in the game when you revive somebody. You do some. They give you tonic. I got level up shooting, but I have a cool voodoo doll here that like revives people, and I don't see it. Does it revive people? Does that one revive people? I had something like that. Ah, this one. That's probably that one. Alright. Yeah, I think I had the thing to help this guy out. Alright, so now we're gonna go. My shooting abilities have increased, so I did increase another level. So this dude's name is. See what his name is. All right. Yeah, let's just shoot these things because this dude's having a problem. Yeah, the tonic's really cheap. It's very good to have, you know. And we'll get to the other things in a moment. And yeah, glad to see you, Amanda. And also, yeah, so I'm playing the game and we're working out these different things here. And the guy said no problem. He was glad to help me out because I told him I'm live, and I'm saying we're thankful that he helped me out there. And he said no problem. So shout out to him. Yeah. His name's Tahu in the game. So shout out to Tahu Umberka or something. Oh wow, it was flooding, Amanda. It seems like it's opposite day. Like the weather patterns changed in our different regions. Yeah, I wish you could send some of the rain over here. That'd be nice. Now, my garden is doing all right. Now the corn, as I said, from earlier this year, I plant the corn very late. I mean, very early, because of the weather here. Just because it's Louisiana, and so with the weather here, I grew a new spot of corn, and it came out, but it's just a little kernels, a few kernels. So I'm gonna use them for seeds, and I'm gonna upload the video about it soon. And like they lasted, they matured faster because of the weather, but too fast. But thank you, Amanda, for the gesture. Come on. All right. Yeah, shout out to corn. Shout out to corn. Oh, she got a new chew bone. That's cute. I like that. More gold. Got more gold. Put some healing on him. And so these people are real players that you see in the game. They're different. They're at different, different parts of the. They're real players like these other pirates. This is 1700s Antifa. That's interesting, Amanda. That's interesting information. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, New Orleans is becoming a desert. Like all the grass is dead, pretty much. Yeah, facts. Always be careful. Always be careful. Yeah, Amanda, it's all right. It was an experiment. It's happened before. It's really late in the season, and down here the weather gets really weird, and it's even weirder because of the no rain. But I have watered them, so that's why it's like that. Because earlier in the year, like around winter time, is like when you do it. Like earlier this year, I grew beautiful corn. Yeah, when you have a crew, there's a bonus in this game. You get an automatic bonus. Like things get better for you. Thank you, Amanda. I'm glad that for your thoughts about that. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, that does sound. I hate when the power goes out. Like, I read books and things, but yeah, I can understand that that's very tedious. I could see the dog wouldn't like it either. Yes, Amanda, I'll also pray too. Amen. All right. All right. I upgraded the gun. And yeah, because I remember when it flooded here, in Katrina, that was something kind of different. But in Georgia, it floods also. It floods up there. Oh, yeah, yeah. She says that hates the rain and refuses to go out. There's no covered area for her to go. Wish I had some fake grass for her in my patio. And of course, yeah, yeah. We have a cat over here. Yeah, Bubbles. Yeah, Bubbles is very scared of like thunder, and he goes and he hides somewhere when it thunders. Yeah, now I'm getting these things. I'm getting the different enemies with the help of my companion in the game. Made a new friend. All right. It's just a field day over here with killing these zombies. All right, Meta. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Oh, yeah. So your dog doesn't like it either, Essie. Wow. Yeah, that does sound. Yeah, that does sound harsh. Well, these animals go through these things. Yeah, so what's going on in the game is that these zombies are just trying to. The Antifa zombies are getting killed off. Yeah, he is, Amanda, definitely. LOL. And Amanda sent some cool articles. Oh, they're pretty cool about the different creatures and stuff. I like them. Yeah, so thank you again for that. Yeah, the way the sword fighting is, it's very good back and forth. This way to it. Here we go. This is another one, another cryptid. Another cryptid. Here we go. Now we're gonna take this thing down. It's a sand pin. I've never seen something like this before. This is not the Bigfoot one, chat. This is another one. So I'm fighting another boss creature. There's a great reward from this. And I get a little pouch. That's it. Not a big treasure chest, but a pouch. Yeah, Amanda, I do agree you should get something like that. Oh, there's some kind of a bat thing right here. There's a bat. Yeah, and we have this right here. We have that. A lot of stuff going on. I guess they jumped from here to the bottom. Yeah, Tahu. Alright. Okay. Kind of going through here. I want to see if there's another cave. and I'll get to some of the other topics I was going to talk about, and Meta will call in later on. Alright. Okay. Yeah, we got this other zombie right here that's trying to make some trouble. Alright. And that's gone. And then we have this over here. Alright. Okay. Yeah, these are duelists and things like that. Alright. I'll put the sword back in here for a second. Alright. Alright. So I told the new friend I made on this pirate game that I'm gonna be doing something with a guest soon, which is Meta when he comes back, and I'll get into some of the other stuff. I was in Cuba the whole time. Where am I? Okay, I must have went through some area I've not been to. This is Tortuga. This is a swamp area of it or something. Alright, well, alright, so I'm going to go to the other window and read some articles while wait for Meta to come back through. Let's see. So go here. Okay. Alright. So, switching windows. Okay, chat. Topic time. Put them up here. Okay. All right. Now I will get into these topics. All right. So to answer your question, Mary, no, it was not because the corn didn't die. The corn just grew faster. It aged quicker, and it just died naturally. It lived a full cycle, but it didn't get big enough to produce the corn and stuff. So there's just little kernels and stuff there. All right. Let's see anything else from chat. All right. Aliens who attacked Peruvian tribe, or I don't believe this at all, chat. I'm just saying what these people think, are illegal miners with jetpacks. Police. An indigenous tribe in Peru believes it is being attacked by aliens, but authorities believe the real culprits are illegal gold miners wearing jetpacks. You thought it could get any more absurd? Think again. All right. Peruvian authorities said that the aliens that attacked the indigenous people and villages in Peru were actually illegal miners wearing jetpacks. Users on Twitter are pretty sure they are just trees. Since mid July, members of an indigenous tribe of the Loreto region of Peru have complained that their community is terrorized by 7-foot tall aliens. The mysterious predator like beings were described as floating, armored, and bulletproof, and were compared to local Peruvian superstitions about Los Pelacaras, the face peelers. And we showed about the face peelers, we showed pictures of the faces being peeled off. If they're real or not, that's up for debate, but seems to be some direction saying that these were face peelers. Alright. These gentlemen are aliens. They seem armored like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. I have shot one twice and it didn't fall. Instead, it elevated and disappeared. Jario Havilia, an Iquito leader living in the northwest Minas province, said in an interview with Peruvian radio station RPP Noticias on August 1st. We are frightened by what is happening in the community, said Olivia. This has to be the this aliens is hilarious. That's a meme right there. Y'all have any thoughts about this picture, chat? I'd be interested to know. Alright. A 15-year-old girl was reportedly cut in the neck on the attacks, required treatment in a local hospital. The terrified villagers have pleaded for local regional authorities to provide them with military protection. This is so ridiculous that they're saying it's miners with jetpacks. I mean, I have to admire the creativity here. Come on, this is a load of nonsense. These are obviously UAP extraterrestrial creatures. You know, and is the tonic like a large glass of wine? That's funny. No, yeah, it is like a large glass of wine. Yes. And yeah, Mary, it's like Johnny Depp's large glass of wine. Yes, it is. Okay, UAP is a new term for UFO. It's the same meaning as UFOs. Like I'll say they're UFOs, but they're also considered. They call them now UAP, so we just kind of went along with it. Also, but we still call them UFOs. UAP is another word for UFOs. Unidentified aerial phenomena. Yeah, this picture is hilarious. Just like one more thing. The Iquito people live in an isolated area of Loreto region, nearly 10 hours away by boat from Iquitos, the capital city of Peru's Minas province. And Loreto region, members of the community have claimed that they are unable to safely travel to the capital due to the attacks. Their cooler is their color is silver. Their shoes are round in shape, and with those they rise up. They float 1 meter high, and have a red light in their heel. Olivia described. Their heads are long, their mask is long, their eyes are short, sort of yellow. Extraterrestrials are terrestrial miners. The unearthly short story quickly went viral, leaving skeptics and believers to analyze and urge over the legitimacy of the grainy video footage shared by members of the Equitio community. One individual posted an enchanted image of an alleged extraterrestrial. Twitter asked if it is a being or just a tree branch. You decide. Most responders confidently assert the image is of a tree, not a fact of an alien. Bruh. Really? That is clearly... Not loading. Alright. Okay, reloading the page. No, I totally think that's an alien creature. That's not a tree branch. I'm not playing the game at the moment. Well, we gotta see what's going on here. They just showed something and it disappeared. That's nice. The picture just vanished. That's interesting. Y'all saw that. So to answer the question, I don't know why this thing just magically vanished. But no, that was certainly some extraterrestrial UAP creature. That was not... Oh, here it is. Here it is. It's back. Okay, so that thing is clearly some kind of an alien. It's not a darn tree. This dude's glowing. This MF is glowing right here. He's like the Green Goblin's brother. I mean, this is not some thing. It's a cryptid or an alien. When you log into the game, Mary, when you go in different servers, it tells you how many people are there, and they're about like in the game altogether, there's like a 200 or 120 something people in the game. Peruvian authorities are similarly unconvinced of alien activity, although their theory is almost as of this world. The Peruvian Navy and National Police of Peru sent officers to investigate the strange occurrences and verily claims reported isolated communities in early August. Their faces are hidden and their bodies are floating. They use their arms for balance when flying, but they work normally, one villager told officers. They fly by activating something on the bottom of their feet. They have wheels with lights. Shortly after concluding their investigation, authorities announced that they believed the illegal gold mining gangs from Colombia and Brazil were responsible for terrorizing the Iquito village and had been mistaken for aliens due to using jetpacks. They were described as a state of art technology, like thrusters that allow people to fly. According to Carlos Castro, Quintanilla, the lead investigator in the case, 80% of illegal gold mining in Lorito region occurs where Iquito village is located. Authorities said that the jetpacks were used by illegal cartels to explore deeper into the forest while they search area for gold. That would be a good set for a movie, but that's not reality. No specific individuals or organizations have been named directly, and no arrests have been made in relation of the attacks. So that's the update about the Peruvian tribe with their illegal jetpacks. They're just aliens and they're trying to cover it up. Okay, six-eyed orange goblin creature found on remote Japan island. And I'm going to read this article. This is from some articles from Amanda. I'll read through and comment on it. Six-eyed orange goblin creature found on remote Japan island. See the new species. See? There's different species. While exploring a remote island in Japan, scientists spotted a tiny orange creature among leaf litter on the forest floor and discovered a new species of goblin spider. Goblin spiders are small six-eyed spider that are found worldwide, but especially in tropical regions, according to the study published August 1st in Zootaxa. The new species of spider does not build webs and was found on Iramote Island, which is a remote island in southwestern Japan. And the new species Ishnotherius ogati. Oh, it's a Japanese name. Okay. A common Japanese name. Oh, wait. Yeah, whatever. Ogata Orioi. And then the other part of the word is Danny Gumio is a minuscule scientist said. Female specimens measured about 0.6 inches and males measured about 0.5 inches. Something that I recall by studying biological things is that the male creatures are larger than the female ones. Thank you, Amanda. I'm up for the challenge. Thank you. I like pronouncing things. Ishnotherius ogati. Alright. That time I got it. I got it last time, but I kind of said it slower. I said that part faster. Alright. I always like being tested because I'm up for the challenge and I do good. Researchers said the spider's outer shell or carapace and the abdomen are a reddish orange color, while their legs and sternum are a yellowish brown. Yeah, shout out to Amanda. She's doing great as being a mom. Yeah, she's doing great. And on the screen you can see right there is a female, Ogata Yoroi Deni Gumo. And over on the bottom is the male version of Ogata Yo Ori Deni Gumo. And then the other word, which for both of them was Yuya Suzuki. Yeah, I said it right the other time. I got it. Alright. The Ichnotherius genus differs from other goblin spiders because it has small or intermediate sized plate on its abdomen. Scientists said the Ogata Yori Yoori Danigumo spiders have this plate or scutum, and I've not heard about that word, which covers portion of their abdomens. Let's see. I think the word I said before, it was Suzuki. That's how, yeah. Yuya Suzuki. There you go. Alright. Scientists believe the new species is native to Japan, but could be present in neighboring regions such as Taiwan. The new species was named after Kyoto Ogata, who was an enthusiastic amateur archaeologist and photographer, collected specimens of the species, study said. And the leaf blowers, yeah, I understand. Sometimes neighbors like to cut grass and stuff. And, yeah, and they could go over the things and stuff over and over. I can understand what you mean. Let's see. So that was it for that article. And it has a plate that covers portions of their abdomen. Glad to have you back, Essie. Alright. Okay. Alright. Well, that's the same article. Repeat it. I did that. Large creature with 20 arms found lurking in Antarctic Sea. Its new species. Scientists aboard a research vessel near Antarctica pulled their nets out of the chilly ocean water among their catch. They found a 20-armed creature with distinctive body shape. It's a new species. Researchers trialed the Southern Ocean on several research expeditions between 2008 and 2017, according to a study published July 14, journal Intervertebrate Systematics. They were searching for a group of cryptic sea animals known as Promaturus Crenius. So that's very interesting. Or Arctic feathers stars. So they have these cryptic type creatures that they're looking for, and they found something like that. Antarctic feather stars are large animals that can live anywhere from about 65 feet to about 6,500 feet. I gotta look this up later. That sounds impressive. When swimming, researchers said, although both are invertebrate ocean animals, feather stars are distinct from more well-known sea stars. During their surveys, researchers collected 8 feather stars with distinctive body shape and discovered new species, Promachocrenius fragius, or the Arctic strawberry feather star. Strawberries are cool. Shout out the strawberries. The Arctic strawberry feather star has 20 arms branching off its central strawberry-like body. This, the study said it can range in color from purplish to dark reddish. Researchers did not provide measurements of the animal's overall size. Photos show the new species has 2 types of appendages. Its lower, shorter arms appear almost striped and bumpy, while its upper, longer arms appear almost feathered and soft. Um, Water cap, excuse you. Yeah, this is interesting, chat. This thing's interesting. And this creature is a preserved one of an Arctic strawberry. Yes, Amanda, that's true. It's a lot like if an alien was in the ocean. I agree. And we've talked about this here before, and I could get into that again. About the abyssal fish. Y'all weren't here for that one. A close-up photo shows the Antarctic strawberry feather star's lower body. It has a roughly triangular shape, wider than the top, tapering toward a rounded bottom tip. The texture appears bumpy, with circular, like indents, like left from broken off arms. Researchers named the new species after the Latin word strawberry because resemblance of the body shape to a strawberry. And the name is very cool. And it is like an alien underwater, I agree. Yeah, see? That's the strawberry part. It looks like one. And I think we should study our deep ocean. I think the deep ocean would be... because we know more about space in the ocean. And the page reloaded itself. And they're trying to hustle me. All right. The research team included Emily Mickline, Nerdia, Wilson, and Greg Rose. Researchers also documented several other species of Arctic feather star, including 3 more new species. I agree. I agree, Amanda. Yeah, look at these gnarly creatures. Yeah, I'm not gonna let them hustle me. No. Yeah, shout out to the strawberry Arctic fish. All right, get into the other one. Well, I could do that. I could reload it. Large creature with blue groin, discovered as new species in forest of Indonesia. That picture looks like it was taken in 1983. That's what that picture looks like it was taken, or some 70s movie. I want that vintage. If they took that like yesterday, I want that vintage camera. Am I tripping, chat, or does that look like that was taken like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago? Get to that part in them. I'll go back to that one. Yeah, the red one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It looks like a painting. Well, we're going to go back here for a second. A painting. I mean, well, if it's a painting, the camera that took the picture was from the 1970s or 80s, maybe 90s. Maybe. I'm being nice when I say that. And yeah, but that's a mystery. With his, we're gonna talk about this animal with the blue groin. It's a Smurf. Perched high above the ground, a large creature billowed into the humid air of Indonesian rainforest. Tonk, tonk, tonk. The call abruptly split. The air caught the attention of a nearby scientist. Following the loud, harsh sound, they located its source and discovered a new species. And we have an ad here about activists for political things being silly. Alright. Researchers ventured into the rainforest on the western side of New Guinea, island of northern Australia. My sister's in the southeast, and like close to Sydney. So she's on the bottom part. So the northern part of Australia is hot, and the south part is cooler. But they both get hot, but the south part's like cooler than the other side. Like one side's like swampy, and the other side It's swampy. Yeah, I gotta watch myself about, well, see, being colorist. Yeah, well, I think basically that they are a little bit different, and and I know Amanda would know that because she would point that out because she caught me being colorist. But the Smurfs are people, and I think that they're very blue. Yeah, shout out to the Smurfs, cool characters. All right, researchers ventured into the rainforest on western side of Guinea, an island north of Australia, according to a July 13 study published in the Raffles Bulletin of Zoology. They were searching for frogs, but not just any frogs. The researchers wanted to find tree frogs. A fun fact, the tree frogs, we have some tree frogs here. They must have came here some kind of a way. They're very rare to see, though. I've seen the red-eye ones, but not in recent years, but I have seen them here before. Just other tree frogs. I love frogs. Researchers wanted to find the tree frogs that live so high in the canopy they are relatively rarely collected and remain poorly known, even areas where they are frequently heard, the study said. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, well, the purple-eyed eaters. I'll tell you about them. The purple-eyed eaters, they they tell the funniest jokes, and they also have purple strawberries, so I have to compromise. And I see that Amanda has joined the FBI, and I mean, as a joke. It's a joke. And also, but I'm glad she was able to, because I'm saying that because she was able to catch me. Because I only like the purple eye eaters, but because they have good purple strawberries. And are the tree frogs poisonous? I think they are poisonous, but I'm going to check to make sure. Despite their toxic secretion, tree frogs are not poisonous to humans. However, their toxins can affect other animals, even pets. It is understandable why most people think most species are poisonous. Hello, home apathy. Glad you came. Glad she's here. Glad home apathy came. Glad she's with us. And yeah, tree frogs are beautiful. Reminds me of the Mario level where you have this thing where in Super Mario you have these creatures that like in the jungle, and that's what this reminds me of. Yeah, shout out to FBI in the chat. Alright. And I'll get to this one after I go through this. So when they heard that tonk tonk sound, they followed it. The sound came from over 30 feet up in the trees, near a waterfall on a mountain stream. According to the study, the source of the sound was a big spectacular frog. Co-author Paul Oliver told McClatchy News. It is not the sort of thing you can easily overlook. The frog was identified as a new species, Lauritia azoarcelius, or a azurthide tree frog. Wow, that thing is magnificent. Now, my arm. Alright. Wow, this is an impressive one. The azure thigh tree frog, about 2.5 inches in size. The study said it has dark green coloring on its back with purplish blue groin and thighs. When the frog's hind limbs are stretched out, the hidden coloring is clearly visible. Photos show the new species was recognized as a distinct base on its size, coloring, body shape, and webbing on its hand, and the study said researchers did not provide an analyst for the frog's DNA. That color. Or, that's it's a real frog right there. I'm not saying the other frogs aren't real. I'm like, that's a real frog. That frog's a classic. It's a renaissance. It's a renaissance frog. Researchers collected two azure-thighed tree frogs and heard several more callings in that area, the study said. We know nearly nothing about its ecology, but hopefully now that it's named over the coming years, we can learn more about where it lives and what it does, Oliver said. The azure-thighed tree frog has only been found in the Wandaman Peninsula on the northwestern coast of Guyana. The tree frog is probably more widespread, but its distribution needs to be studied further, researchers said. New Guinea is a world hotspot of frog diversity. Frog diversity. Wow. However, the Indonesia half Gunther Trelinsano, Taufan, Solomon, and Oliver. Wow. Okay. Time to look at some frogs. Here we go, chat. Alright. It's buffering. Yeah, I thought it would. Alright. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let me know, chat, because I had to close out some windows. Alright, chat, am I alive? Do y'all see me? Or are we in business or not? Too mint windows, too many windows. Alright, well, would like to know, chat, if I'm here or not. I'm going to keep on going, and if I'm not alive, if I'm not here. Okay, we're going to go and Go back. We're going to go back, chat. It looks like we're back in business. Okay. Adjust too many windows, and the windows have ads and they have cookies, and it drags the signal down, and it causes us to list a little bit. It causes us to go down a little bit, but it doesn't sync us. Alright, so we're back in business, so we're going to go on a giant tangent on a frog rant. Okay. Here we go. So we got the frogs, and then we got the psychedelic frogs. Alright, here we go. So, we got the psychedelic frog right here, and I think this one is a poisonous one. Because there's some that are more lethal than others. I know we just said they weren't poisonous, but they might be a little bit. They might be a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so that's a pretty cool frog. It has black eyes and stuff. He's pretty cool. And also over here we got some more. Ha! Don't blame the cookies. I get it. Yeah, because they had the poison dart frog, and if you touch it, you have a problem. I could look up more about that. Let's see. Reload the page. Alright. Most poison dart frogs are not dangerous to humans, though some are lethal to touch. For example, the golden poisonous dart frog, at just 2 inches long, has enough poison to kill 10 grown men. Dart frogs raised by humans, such as those in Berkshire Museum, are not poisonous at all. Those, but it's pretty cool. No, it's just mucus secretes poison. So they secrete it through mucus through their skin. Alright, Latina, thank you for the movie suggestion. Alright, we got some poison dart frogs right here. Yeah, so that's the poison dart frog. It's beautiful looking. And it has black eyes. Yeah, he's just chilling. He's gangster. Yeah, this is a yellow one. That's pretty cool. A yellow dart frog. Alright, so that's the dart frog, and this is the red-eyed tree frog. So beautiful green. Such a beautiful color. Yeah, I love that green. I just can't get over it. Like that green's so nice, and it's in a nice rainforest, and it's dark. It reminds me of my friend's place in the North Shore where they have a lot of trees and wilderness and also they have them, and he's just like chilling. He's kind of curious what's going on, and yeah, that's at my friend's place. But his wasn't a jungle; it was a forest. But that's what it reminds me of. In school, I studied also. My friend and I, besides talking about aliens, we like talking about like mushrooms, not the drug one. It's buffering. Okay. Let's see. And go here. Try this again. Bear with me. Yeah, they do look like zombies. They sure do. I agree. That makes sense. And I think like the frogs have such personality to them. They sure do. Let's see. We come back on. There's 0 people. That's nice. Let's talk to myself. There we go. Okay. That should be better. We just got one window open. Yeah, so we got this creature right here. And he's chilling. He's doing the crab walk. I got this other one right here. It's the same one from before. Yeah, he's going very slow. He's being extremely careful as he's walking around on the thing. Yeah, just look at the detail here. Yeah, the detail in this man is epic. Like, yeah, he's funny. Those red eyes, wow. Those red eyes look like a painting. Yeah, those look like a painting. And then we got this other painting. We got this other one right here of this picture of this frog. And he has some blue. He has some blue in him. Yeah, I love nature and I love the little critters there and all. It's really cool. And also, yeah, it's just he's just like staring. Like he's just like an intense thought, you know. Like yeah, he's just staring off at something, and then that's him. Just like imagine you just chilling. You're like a little bug just hanging out, and you see this little guy just like staring at you. He's like looking off into space, but he's looking at you though, low key. All right, and yeah, I just said I love the green. All right, this is the American green frog, the American green tree frog. That's a nice dark green. That's a nice dark green. We have frogs around here. I remember one time I was going to under my house to go hang out, like to go explore it, and I lift up a board, and I see a frog, and I found some stuff under there, including some stuff that has to do with different things, like some archaeological findings that that are a bit, edgy. And I found some of that. And I like looked in, I saw that, and I looked in there, and it's nice and cool and dark under the house. And I also, yeah, with the tree frogs, they live under there too. the frogs. And there's a lot of frogs around, and I've seen them just walk around and hop around, really. But I've not seen one like that. I've seen like a toad-looking thing, but I have seen ones like this on the wall. They're very tiny, but I've also seen toads. And that is a tree frog. That's a bunch of like the poison ones. They're all just hanging out. Yeah, that tree frog does look overweight. Because they're saying over here, the thing is, it's like, is the tree frog overweight? And maybe that's what it's supposed to look like. But like, yeah, it looks like a larger frog, but maybe that's just how they're supposed to look. Oh, that's nice that your mom in Georgia has that. They are cute, yeah. Yeah, that is a staring contest right there. That's nice homeopathy. Your mother had the tiny little frog, and they climbed the way up the wall every night. They're cute and amazing. And she misses the frog. Wishes there were more. Yes, I agree. And yet, too many flies. And speaking of flies, down here, since the drought happened, the flies have been going away. The flies have not really been around except a few of them. There's been a few in the cat enclosure, like one or two, but the flies aren't here anymore. But I understand what it's like to have too many flies. Yeah. They are beneficial against bad critters. I agree. I had a friend that had the pet reptiles. Those are good with bugs too and stuff. That is a handsome one right there. Nice and green. Oh, I understand homeopathy. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, look at this one. This is one of the poison dart frogs. So like the natives, they use the poison dart frogs as, to kill people. That's why they're called poison dart frogs. Oh yeah, Amanda. That sounds like there would be a lot of flies because of that. Yeah, that would be cringe. Yeah. Yeah, that one's looking like, who are you looking at? Do you mind? That's what this dude's saying. Yeah, that's a tiny little frog. Right there. And also, yeah, that's a nice blue color. That's a nice blue color. Look at this purple one. It's one of the one-eye purple critters. Yeah, that one's pretty cool. He's like, he's really intense there. Yeah, very cool frogs. All right. Yeah, that's a toad. Yep. Yeah, he's serious. Yeah, this one's serious. Yeah, I like that purple one too, Amanda. I do too. Yeah, this dude's serious. He's not playing. Yeah, these toads look angry. I'm gonna go back to that purple one. Let's see. Yeah, that one. All right. Oh, did you now? That's pretty cool. I've seen the tadpoles before. All right, so this is the purple tree frog. Yeah, see, I think it would help if you plugged it in. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to the frogs. Yeah, this is a pretty cool frog, right here. And there it is again. So cute. And also, we got this one right here. That's just a painting. But we got this one over here. Wow, that one's pretty cool. That one looks like a movie. Yeah, SC's really sneaky SC. Yeah, it does look like it's made of gummies. This man with the corn. This man with the corn. Yeah, shout out to SC. Shout out to him. Yeah, Sarah, you'd be tempted to pet the purple frog? Yeah. Let's see if they're poisonous. But first, we'll look at one more. This man said it's a funny frog. Yeah, that's how you want to go. Yeah, yeah. Because I will see. I'll see if it's poisonous or not. Okay, so the purple frog, it only exists. There's only two species, and they exist in Western India. That's where they're from. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is basically doing that. Now, well, I don't. That's not. Well, I don't know what in the world this thing is. That's not what I was talking about. But that's something that exists. That's a frog, hamster, mole-looking thing. Chat. All right. Well, what in the world is this thing? Because they said that's the purple frog. That's not the purple frog. It's a type of frog. This thing's a frog, chat. All right. Well, let's find what that other thing is. This is a red-eye tree frog. Okay, so the frog that we saw, the purple one, is a variant of the red-eyed tree frog. That's why it had red eyes. So this is the information about these tree frogs. Despite its bright coloration, the red-eyed tree frog is not poisonous. Its bright coloration can thus be more attributed to camouflage amongst the greenery of the surrounding jungle, as well as the starlit reflex, which it can use to disillude predators. And the frogs get stressed that they're handled by humans. So these frogs, these red-eyed tree frogs, are not dangerous. I mean, they're poisonous, but not that. It's not poisonous. Not poisonous. Oh, you bought your kids a bead of purple fish. That's interesting. I remember my goal. I remember my fish. So basically, with my first fish, it was like a red and blue looking fish. It was like 2003 or 2000, yeah, 2002 or 2003. So I remember we got the fish at a kid's birthday party, and I was like, "Wow, there's fish here, Mom. Can I get them?" And she was like, "Sure." And then I got the fish, and I put it. We got a big tank for it, and we were like chilling. And the fish, yeah, it was a cool fish. And I thought it was like reminded me of the American colors. Yeah, so it was a cool fish around 2003, and he eventually died at some point. Rest in peace. I remember that. That was my first fish. Yeah, let's do some trade. The poisonous frog for the rattlesnake. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's do some trade with the Indians. Alright, so these frogs aren't poisonous. I'll show you the poisonous frog. Alright, these are the frogs that are more on the. These are the poisonous ones. And we'll get more in depth about that. Alright. But all. So this is information about the poison frogs. But although incredibly rare, there are species that are venomous too. There are currently only species of frog known to be venomous. Bruno's casqui, headed frog, and the Greening's frog, and the AP frog. The golden poison frog is the most poisonous animal on the planet. These frogs produce deadly alkaloid. Chew. Back to toxins in their skin glands as defense against predators. Yeah, so this is the poison frog. This is the most poisonous animal on the planet, and it could kill 10 men. My school was private. It was pretty cool. I feel that there could have been some issues, in my opinion, and also with the election, I feel that was rigged against me, in my opinion. So, besides two little bloopers, my private school is alright. And that's where I get a lot of the information about the British literature stuff from. But shout out to them, no hate. No hate. But, so this is the golden frog, and he's poisonous. Thanks for blessing me because I sneezed. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Alright, we're bringing that back up. Okay. So, yeah, that's the frog that's poisonous. They have dark eyes, and there's other ones too. Yeah, and there's other ones. And yeah, how poisonous are dart frogs? Most poison dart frogs aren't dangerous to humans, though some are lethal to touch. For example, the golden poison dart frog is just 2 inches long, has enough poison to kill 10 grown men. Dart frogs raised by humans, such as those in Berkshire Museum, are not poisonous at all. Understood, Essie. Understood. We'll send you a postcard. Oh yeah, I'm glad the FBI figured this out with me. That yeah, he's about to mug me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah. And yeah, we got some. So if I touch these, I would die 10 times. All right. Yeah. So home apathy says next. Yeah, the daughter was always lucky to receive free exams from school all laptops. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the poisonous frog. This is one of the other frogs. Yeah, this one would give off a mild poison. Yeah, the natives would use these arrows before hunting. They would put arrows on the frogs before hunting. All right. All right. So, yeah, this is what Amanda was showing us earlier. Well, I read the article, and you have these strawberry feather sea stars discovered in Antarctica. Yeah, and it looks like a strawberry at the core. It looks like a strawberry, and it's in Antarctica, and it's a type of cryptid that they found deep under the ocean. Yeah, yeah, because Amanda was saying how it looks like something an alien. Yeah, that's another one. See, it's down in Antarctica, in the ice. Yeah, fruit lure, and also those are some of the Arctic ice caps, like what Titanic hit those icebergs. Large creature with 20 arms found lurking in Antarctica Sea. Nope. That's funny. Yeah, everybody's saying it reminds them of this alien creature. Oh, well, speaking of snakes, over here we have a snake and a snake mother. That's what we have here. There's a couple of different things, and yeah, we have one of them is the snake. Yeah, so basically, yeah, this is the creature. Yeah, this is the creature from there. You know, that's the type of iceberg like Titanic hit. That's really interesting. All right. New species of feather star found in Antarctica. New species of comatulid corneoid, better known as feather stars, dubbed the Antarctic strawberry feather star, has been described by scientists after an analysis of samples collected during Antarctic expeditions between 2007 and 2018. The newly discovered creature, identified by researchers from the University of Western Australia and University of Alabama, is one of the four species that have been previously been classed under the single taxonomic name. Yes, Sarah, exactly. Comatulid corneoids are echinoderms relatives of starfish and sea urchins, and will be familiar to most drivers. As feathery like animals that often appear to be fixed to coral reefs, they are motile creatures, however, sometimes crawling along the reef and seafloor using their arms, but are also capable of free swimming when necessary. All right, Amanda. Antarctic feather stars were previously considered to be a single species identified as Promacromius caragurnis. However, the scientists found that differences in color, shape, and DNA data distinguished animal into four distinct species. The Antarctic strawberry feather star, formerly named Promacronius fragrius, due to the strawberry-shaped nature of its body, has 20 arms and multitude of legs, tentacles known as cirri, but which animal anchors itself in place are used to crawl across the seafloor. In the picture provided by the researchers, a number of cirri have been removed from the sample to show the creature's body, which creates appearance of a strawberry bumps in the surface. Yeah, so that's it right there. You see, this is what God creates. You know, God created these creatures. So interesting. Yeah, the legs are like bananas. Yeah. Although described by some journals as resembling the face hugger from Ridley Scott's Alien movie, it is more likely it resembles a common feather stars. A natural environment is described as having purple or dark red coloration and reaching not much more than 20 centimeters in width. Well, yeah, home apathy. Yeah, that I agree. A total of the 7 different species of feather star were found during the research, although 3 had already been identified. It was discovered that 2 of the species were confined to very specific locations and not distributed throughout the Antarctic. As previously, though, the vast nature of the Antarctic and the Southern Ocean ecosystem, right, the scientists dictates large scale sampling to understand the full extent of biodiversity. Yeah, it is like an asparagus root. Yes, I agree. That's a good observation. The vast nature of the Antarctic Southern Ocean ecosystem, right, the scientists dictates large scale sampling to understand the full extent of the biodiversity. The study resolving the taxonomy of the Antarctic feather star species complex Promacrenius, Carolinius, a lot of Latin, by Emily L. McLean. Alright. So, that's the information about the strawberry creature from the depths. All right. So this is a meme of Kermit the Frog and the strawberry fish. Large creature with 20 arms found lurking in Antarctica Sea is a new species. And then Kermit, and it says some stuff about the article, and Kermit the Frog is like, nope. It only is parrot. That's hysterical. Yeah, so that's one of the memes. And then somebody made a comment on YouTube that there is no way that thing is from Earth. One touch and it awakens. Looks pretty cool. Don't make it mad. I've seen those before, but it was a cartoon for adults, which it started by the accident for sure, totally. Funny. And people are saying that it reminds them of Predator. That's a German joke. Like there's some secret German area in Antarctica, and he walks through with an iron cross. It's funny. The Iron Cross is the German medal of honor. It's this black cross that the Germans use. That thing's freaky. It really is freaky. It's magnificent and majestic, but it is freaky. Oh, dragons! I'm very fascinated with dragons meta. I'm very fascinated with dragons. I love the mythology with dragons. I like to study about that all the time because it has to do with British literature and stuff. I like studying and history in general. I believe that was a being that existed or still exists in the shadows. Yeah, King Arthur. Dragging these nuts. That's funny. I knew he'd get that. That's good. Yeah, well, I'd say Wales over King Arthur. Wales, yeah, because Wales is a dragon. Oh, I want to say the part of England that I'm related to. One of the my some of my ancestors came from the area where like Harry Potter was filmed, and also a lot of people from like the country folks are related to them too. But my people are from like they stayed in England. Yeah, but this is like speaking of that, this is like based on some stuff from King Arthur by the in Wales. Bofa. All right, now let's see. Meta, I would like you to call in. I'm gonna open it up. All right. Now, but yeah, so this is the dragons, different things from England, and I believe that these are cryptids that still are around. Both of these nuts. All right. Okay. Yeah, and this is another picture of it. Yeah, I want to visit this place at some point. I have a giant list of places to visit. All right. Let's see. Let's switch this up. View. Part. Call in. Yeah, Meta. If you're up to it, I'd like you to call into the show and we could talk about things, about the stuff you want to talk about. I'll type it out in the chat so you can get it. Let's see. I'll type it in the chat because I know it's going backwards. Alright, that's in the chat, and I might switch to the other screen while I see if Meta wants to come through. Now, let's see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so basically, I think the dragons and stuff, that was really cool what we talked about. And also, basically, what I think is also very interesting. Oh, okay, you've seen a troll with that name. You've seen a troll with that name. Yeah, and basically, yeah, there's a lot of trolls, a lot of people that just they don't have any life. The trolls, yeah, they're goofy. And yeah, Bofa. Or how about Lofa? And yeah, so basically, talking about the dragons, I think that yeah, the dragons are cool, and also those cryptids, the ones from Antarctica, and the spider in Japan is pretty cool. It's like a goblin-like creature. I think that was pretty cool too. And shout out to Amanda for sending me the articles. She's cool people, and everybody in chat, everybody watching, people seeing the reruns or the podcast or audio version of this in the future. Thanks for all the support. And also, I think that, and then I'll switch to the other screen if he takes a little bit to call in. And were there gay dragons? Yeah, the gay dragons. maybe they were trans dragons. Yeah, were they're gay dragons. I would say that was probably very likely. I've not heard of the encounters of that, but I'm sure that they were, especially since they were an eccentric cryptid. And also, I think that yeah, the dragons. There are different parts of the world. There are different cryptids and things, and it has to be one of the cryptids. And the Chinese are making one in a laboratory. That's what they're doing. And also, I think there's probably all kinds of dragons with different colors and stuff. Mm-hmm. Now, I will. The numbers in the chat whenever. Let's see. Now, the numbers in the chat for when Meta wants to call in. I'd like him to call now if he'd like. But I'll switch the screen while we wait. See what he's going to do. Alright. No meta that has not happened to me before. It has not happened before. Yeah, so these are some of the dragons that were in Wales. Like, you know, not literally a dragon in Wales, but like some amusement park attraction to it. Yes, Amanda, I think. Yes, I agree. You attest it. Yeah, some of these dragons have fire. They're fire breathing dragons. And also, I will say, I was going to talk about some conspiracy theories. And so, my conspiracy theory is I think these dragons and these creatures we see are cryptids. And, like, with the strawberry creature, like, I think that's a cryptid. And I think that there are many cryptids left to be discovered. So, I think, you know, these undiscovered creatures are lurking in the shadows. That's what I think. And Meta, I saw some people on the YouTube talking about the Mandela effect again, like we were talking about. Yeah, that's a dragon with the well, artwork of a dragon, of course. Yeah, so that's the craftsmanship. I like it. It's pretty cool. That's funny, Meta. That's a funny joke. Okay, so these are the different. Yeah, those are different dragons right here. That's pretty cool. Nice artwork. That's what I think. And I'm gonna read what the Mandela effect is for everybody. And also, this phenomenon was dubbed the Mandela effect by paranormal researchers Fiona Romy, who reported of having vivid details, memories of news coverage in South African anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela dying in prison in 1980s, despite Mandela actually dying in 2013, decades after the release and after serving. So that's like what the Mandela effect is. It's some kind of a time warp, but Meta and I talked about it's not likely it would be a thing. It's some kind of mind control stuff. And then another conspiracy theory is about how the technology and stuff, as we know, that things are programmed to be a certain way, but could these technologies be used against us in a bad way, like the Terminator and stuff like that? Those are some other things like the and we've talked. Meta and I have talked about that and how things are programmed to be a certain way manually. It's not like something thinking on its own. And that a lot of things that we see and hear are like exaggerated and things can be fabricated. Like, say we had Fruit of the Loom and it's supposed to look a certain way, but it doesn't look a certain way. Like, I remember it, it looked like that when I was a kid. I remember I was getting my mom some present from a field trip at the school, and I remember that. And they say it didn't look like that now. Here's another conspiracy theory. It's like how Shaggy he had a Adam's apple, but he doesn't have an Adam's apple. It's like what the fuck's going on here? Like, it's crazy. And we're talking about how it's be mind. But y'all could say what y'all think. But Matt and I were talking about when he was on the show about how it could be mind control. Ah, interesting, Sarah. Interesting. And so that's basically the stuff with that. And another thing I want to point out is that in the Bible, a lot of the stuff was taken out. Like some books were taken out, like in the Acaprithia, and like books like have to do with the aliens and stuff, and the fallen angels. Yeah, those books were taken out, but they're actually legitimate books. So, like the other books, like some of the Bibles had them and some don't, but there are extra books that deal with like dragons and things. Very interesting. And now we could see, like, you don't see leprechauns and Santa Claus. You see videos of thousands of videos of UAPs and extraterrestrial beings. So this would synchronize with what the ancient people saw. Yeah, meta, exactly. Read this article about the Mandela effect, and we're going to dive in deeper into this thing. And there's some, yeah, whatever. All right. The Mandela effect and your false memories are real, scientists confirm in new study. Do you swear the Fruit of the Loom logo had a cornucopia? A cornucopia? I remember that when I was in the store when I was a kid. I remember the cornucopia. Totally sure it was Bernstein Bears. You too are victim of the Mandela effect. Exactly, homeopathy. Exactly. We are confident in what we remember. We are also consistently wrong. That doesn't seem to impact our beliefs. Exhibit A. Try to pick the correct version of the logos or characters. An image of the top of the story. The answer is the key end of the story and gets some wrong. Congratulations. You're experiencing the internet phenomenon known as the visual Mandela effect, a consistent and confident and widespread false memory. It's named for Mandela effect. The president looked like Genghis Khan. Got some wrong. Congratulations. You're experiencing the. Okay. It's named for Nelson Mandela, the first president of South Africa and anti apartheid activist. Mandela didn't die until 2013, but plenty of people swore he died in prison in 1980s, which was simply not true. The visual Mandela effect recently took a scientific turn when a pair of university college scholars put together first scientific study of the phenomenon with the found and they found furthers the history that there's a consistency in what people misremember. The study is available in preprint and forthcoming in the Journal of Psychological Science. I see that. Oh, Sarah, I see that. Yeah. Nope, not gonna do that with Ukraine. Nope. Yeah, he's got the stash. SC got the stash. So the activist Mandela didn't die until 2013, but plenty of people swore he died in prison in the 1980s, which was simply not true. The visual Mandela effect recently took a scientific turn when a pair of University of College scholars put together a first scientific study of the phenomenon. What they found furthers the theory that there's a consistency in what people misremember. The study is available in preprint and forthcoming to the Journal of Psychological Science. When asked to describe the rich Uncle Pennybags, we're mind blown that his name isn't Mr. Monopoly, people often gave him Monosly. Spoiler alert, that's one of the false memories. Then you get Pikachu. Yeah, okay. A monocle. A monocle. His name isn't Mr. Monopoly. People often gave him a monocle. Yeah, from the Monopoly game. Then you've got Pikachu, the Pokemon character, who is often described as having a black tip on the end of his tail. Also not true. How would you describe the Fruit of the Loom logo if you add the cornucopia behind the fruit? You're not alone, but you're also wrong. This effect is really fascinating because it reveals that there are these consistencies across people and false memories. That they have for their images they've actually never seen. Wilma Brainbridge, an assistant professor in University of Chicago's Department of Psychological and one of the authors of the new paper, says news release, using online discussions of the visual Mandela effect as motivation, the researchers grabbed 40 popular culture logos and icons and then added two false counterparts. The researchers often tweaked one of the two incorrect options away from what was commonly misremembered to help to test the theories. And Latina has a very good question. Is it the CERN? I know what that is. I gotta look it up to completely remind myself what that is, but I know what it is. I know what she's talking about. Yeah, I think it could be either one. And I think it definitely could be a mass hypnosis. But I don't know how they would have implied the mass hypnosis. I don't know if we would know. But it could be the CERN collider. Oh, I know what that is. I remember what that is now. The CERN collider. I know what that is now. I remember. I completely remember now. I knew before, but I really know what that is. Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be the CERN collider. Or if it was mass hypnosis, I just don't know. Maybe we just don't remember it. I don't know how they would have done that. It could be the CERN thing. Yeah, shout out to Meta spitting facts about the corruption in the country. Shout out to him for that. Very important topic. This effect is really fascinating because it reveals that there are these consistencies across people and false memories that they have for images they have actually never seen. Wilma Brainbridge, an assistant professor at the University of Chicago's Department of Psychology, and one of the authors of the new paper, says in a news release. Using online discussions of the visual Mandela effect as motivation for the researchers grabbed 40 popular cultural logos and icons, then added two false counterparts. The researchers often tweaked one of the two incorrect options away in what was commonly misremembered to help test the theories. Using online discussions, this was done. They wanted to figure out how widespread the consistent visual Mandela effect was and search for underlying causes, quantifying how common the false memory images were in the world and experimenting to see if people spontaneously produce the errors. For example, if asked to draw an image from the memory, do they make the same errors when picking up the proper logo through recognition? Yeah, shout out to One Eye Squirrel. We found that there really is strong evident effect where people are reporting a false memory for image they actually have never seen because you are never seen Pikachu with a black tip on the tail. Brandbridge says, what's more is that people tend to be very confident in picking these wrong images. They also report that they're pretty familiar with characteristics like Pikachu, yet they still make these errors. The researchers don't offer up the sole reason for the phenomenon, but they've eliminated some theories first, and they don't believe people are looking at images differently because even when viewing a correct version, people often gravitate towards the mistaken option. And they don't think we're simply filing information that's missing based on our associations with known as a schema theory. Amen. Homeopathy. Amen. If you want to explain away us giving rich Uncle Pennybags a monocle because we associate old richness with monocle, that doesn't keep explain why we falsely give the fruit of the loom logo to not so common cornucopia. They could have picked the correct fruit of the loom logo. The fruit of the loom logo would have the cornucopia or the fruit of the loom with a plate underneath. It phrase said the fact that they chose cornucopia over plate when the plates are more frequently associated with fruit is evidence against the idea that it's just a scheme theory. Explain it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Some kind of mind control or something, but I remember when I was a kid, when it was Halloween and we went on a field trip in kindergarten, and there was a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom thing. I remember that also from merch I got from like school stuff. Like there's different things that I wore, like clothing and stuff, and that's what I recall. And then what happened was I remember how I remember how it was a cornucopia, and I would eat cornucopia chips. I'm like, oh, this is like Fruit of the Loom. So no, I remembered a cornucopia in it. Eliminating some theories isn't helping the researchers land in actual reasons for the visual Mandela effect. You would think that because all of us have our own individual experiences throughout our lives, we all have these idiosyncratic differences in our memories. Bainbridge says, but surprisingly, we find that we tend to remember the same faces and pictures as each other. These consistency in our memories is really powerful because this means that I can know how memorable certain pictures are. I could qualify, I could even manipulate the memorably of an image. Alright. I agree, Meta. It was always there. Yeah. It was there. They're saying, Meta, that it was not true and it was a false memory. That leads to the idea of manipulating the creation of false memories, which Brainbridge says has interesting implications in terms of logo design, photo selections for advertisements, and how we remember educational materials. You don't want them to misremember information, she says. And that actually relates a lot some other important topics right now, including what images are used to the media. So while Curious George not having a tail, C3PO having a silver leg, and Waldo of Where's Waldo from holding a cane may not be all that important, understanding the deeper science behind scientific phenomenon could be just remembered. Rich Uncle Pennybags doesn't need glasses or a monocle. Alright. So that explains the situation with the Mandela effect conspiracy theory. I remember one time, I don't know, just my memory was failing me or something, but my old girlfriend was telling me one time how we used to write things in her journal or something, and I just didn't quite recall that, and it was kind of like a false memory. It happened. She had evidence for it, but I just didn't quite remember that incident. So, but this is a situation where we all remember it being. I remember the cornucopia, which is the horn thing. I remember that. I like how they display the cornucopia thing right there in front of us and tell us it wasn't there. Chat, get a load of this. Chat, it's right here. And they're telling us it wasn't there. They're saying it never contained a cornucopia, but it's right there containing a cornucopia. What's going on here, chat? I'm lost. What's going on here? Something's going on with our time continuum. Something's going on with our timeline, as Meta and I were saying. Something's going on, and I don't know what it is exactly, but it's something. let's look at some more. Let's get a load of this, chat. Has the Fruit of the Loom logo ever contained a cornucopia from Snoop's? Fact check. False. So it never contained a cornucopia. That was funny, Amanda. They better not be giving you a hard time. Yeah, but basically, yeah. So it just this is just some goofy stuff going on here. But those Crocs look really cool. I like those Crocs with the. I forgot what they're called, but those little things. I don't go by Snoops, but some people do, and I just don't believe Snoops. So Latina says good night. Well, good night. And yeah, I like Crocs. I wear Crocs all the time. Yeah, Snoops doesn't add up. Yeah. Alright. Good night to her. Glad you came through, Latina. Thank you. Yeah, Meta, it doesn't make any sense to put the thing on the plate. I mean, put the thing on the thing. It doesn't make any sense to put it on just the plate by itself. Yeah, they show it with the Fruit of the Loom with the cornucopia, and they say it didn't exist, but it's like right there. I don't know. What have we all been smoking? Yeah, the Fruit of the Loom just with the vegetables sitting on a thing, that doesn't make any sense. Alright. And also they show Pikachu with the black tail, but he didn't have a black tail. It's like fam, it's right there, but it's not there. Okay. You're like, I'm not wearing red headphones. I'm wearing purple ones. And if you all think it's not purple, you're crazy. Oh yeah, yeah. He's gonna block us out. Especially blame the alien man, right here. Yeah, shout out to Meta. That was funny. He's a specialist at that. There's no more self-destruct buttons. There's never self-destruct buttons. It was just a blocking button. Let's see. Okay, let's see. The bowling ball. Um, okay, Sarah, did you block Devin from this chat room? That's okay. I could unblock Devin, but did you block her from this chat room? I'm just curious. And it's okay. That's why I try to make everybody. One of the reasons why I made people mods because they kept on blocking each other. Yeah, but I will definitely. Oh, okay. And you blocked her on ABO. Okay, so it's like if you blocked her in here, I'd have to go over to her account and unblock her. My battle. Those are some nice flowers from California. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So basically, yeah, there's a lot of these conspiracies about different things that have happened, and also we talk a lot of them over here about the different aliens and different things like that. And I think that basically a lot of the conspiracy theories they hold a lot of weight, especially ones like with the Mandela effect. Yeah, System 3.2, 32. Now let's go here. Let's go to this other one. See if we could see if there's other ones I want to review. Now, there's conspiracy theories about. So basically, with time travel, there's these theories that there's been people that have come from other time periods and they come to our time periods. And this is more of the theory of things being interdimensional. Now, that's an interesting one. I like those. There was like one from Russia that came over. And also, there's different videos and stuff with like subliminal meanings or like music. Say there's like music, and you play it in reverse, and it's some other kind of meaning than you thought. That kind of stuff. Right. And also, I will say this. I will ask this one. Let's see. Yeah, and also I will say about, because that's what the time traveling. There's different people that came from different time periods, and that's interesting. I don't really know. Like I said, I think, but I do think things could be interdimensional, as we've talked about before. All right. Yeah, Meta, that sounds like an interesting story. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree, chat. I agree, chat. And another thing that I'm going to talk about is the Microsoft patent. And it has to do with putting this chip in you, and it uses your body to mine cryptocurrency. And here we have, this is the Microsoft patent, the 666 thing. Here we go. And this is the other one we want this to show. Meta, that sounds very cool. Alright, so this is a cryptocurrency system that's being designed by Microsoft. And the conspiracy is because it's some kind of a chip that they put in you so your body could mine cryptocurrency data. The cryptocurrency system using body activity data. Human body activity associated with tasks provided to a user may be used in a mining process of cryptocurrency system. A server may produce tasks to a device of a user which is communicatively copied to the server. A sensor communicatively coupled or compromise the device's user may sense body activity to the user. Body activity data may be generated based on the sense body activity of the user. The cryptocurrency system, communicatively coupled by the device of the user, may vary if the body activity data satisfies one or more of the conditions set by the cryptocurrency system, and award the cryptocurrency to the user whose body activity data is verified. So that is basically how the system works, and it sounds very nefarious. Yeah, and that sounds very cool, Meta. That sounds very cool. And so that's what this thing is, and it has 666 in it. Yeah. So that's one of the conspiracy theories that I like to talk about, and I'll have more as time progresses. General Mobile Radio Service. Yeah, Meta could call in if he wants to, but he didn't want to do it earlier. That's alright. If he didn't want to. And also, but he could still call in if he wanted. So basically, the General Mobile Radio Service is a licensed radio service that uses channels around 462 megahertz and 467 megahertz. So this is the radio he's talking about. Now, Meta, I have a question. If you lived by an airport, would it interfere with the signal if you had one of these things, or not? Yeah, thanks for sharing this. This is pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. That's a pretty cool radio. Yeah, Meta, he's using his radio. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, it's 314 right now. That's more synchronicity. That's another holy number. Alright, so Meta says, can go many miles. Everyone should have some good two ways. Will save you your you or your buddy's life limb one day. Alright. Alright. Well, I stay think I like learning about radio waves and stuff. I'm interested in that. And Meta says, I use the interface actually, but it sends data, so technically radio. LOL. That's what Meta said. SE says you can get different size antennas, though I go with local ambulance station. I like listening to it like a scanner. And SE says you can buy different antennas too, and it helps them go farther with the baffing radios and the ones that look like walkie-talkies. Yeah, Meta, that's a good point. Reminds me of a story I saw when something just like that happened and didn't end well. And yeah, that makes sense. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's good for people to have these things and to have other safety equipment. And also about the conspiracy theories, yeah, I think, yeah, like the time travel ones, I've heard about them going through different time periods. Also, the Mandela effect, that was one. And also, certain media having subliminal meanings, and also people faking their deaths and stuff. So those are some interesting ones that I've seen. And SC Wolverine says, I bought a book that gives you knowledge of different relay towers. If you know what you're doing, you can bounce the signals off another and reach far. Well, thanks, SC Wolverines, for telling us about that. Amanda says she has the bat signal. Yes. Yeah, we're all just nerds. Shout out to the nerds. Yeah, shout out to the nerds. Yeah, we're all nerds here. You know, shout out to the nerds. I always love computers. Like, say, like these. This is an old Apple computer that was given to me about the show, and it has issues working. But it was an interesting computer. It got me into all this other stuff. All right, this is a computer I have, the Macintosh Performa. Now it's kind of taken apart now, but I've kind of put it back together. I misplaced the motherboard in 2016. I remember when I did it. I remember I had it in my hand. I was going into the garage, and that's it. I'm remembering. It's coming back to me. It's somewhere around here, but yeah. So that's one of the computers. That's funny, Meta. Yeah, chat's funny. Chat's hysterical. Yeah, but this was one of the computers that I had because I'm gonna go nerd out right now. And yeah, I never really got to use it or see it like this, but I had a Macintosh emulator on the other Mac Mini, and I like had this old OS system. Like I had the old OS system on there in a window, and I used to play with it, and also the original Macintosh, the black and white one. Yeah, a reverse call. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah, Essie was going to wear the thongs. That's funny. Ah, so I'm a biologic. Because I was thinking, he's saying, well, maybe I'm a cyborg. I'm a biological board. Hello, Mary. Glad you're still around. I was wondering what happened to you. I thought maybe Bubbles got you lost. Yeah, but this was a nice computer. I still like computers and technology. Yeah, yeah. There you go, Meta. That's yeah. There you go. Now I have seen the screen do this, and then it just goes blank to the question mark. That's what I've. That's what I saw. Like when Titanic was released, this is the kind of computers they had. Let's see. All right. Now Macintosh black and white. Let's see. That was the first one. Yeah, that was the first one. Right there. Yeah, that was the first one. And it was in black and white, and I had an emulator of that system. It was pretty generic. I mean, it was like you could type things, you could play a game, you could write hello. It was very simple. Now it's way more complex now. Yeah, shout out to Amanda. I'm sure she has excellent cookies. Yeah, biologics. That looks pretty cool. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, I saw that movie. There's a place in New Orleans called CC's Coffee, and they have nice smoothies, and they have nice cookies that they heat up. Nice chocolate chip cookies. Let's see what we get for biologics. They use them as frisbees. Yeah, I still have floppies. Biologics are large molecules produced in living cells. Both help protect against the effects of inflammation, but in different ways. Conventional DMARDs suppress the overall immune system, whereas biologics block specific parts of the immune system, such as proteins that promote inflammation. Amanda? Of course. What is an example of biologics? What is a biologic? Biologic medicines contain substances that have been created by using living cells or organisms. Examples of biologic medicines include gene therapists, transplant tissues, recombination protein stem cell therapies, and monoclonal antibodies. What are the four types of biologics? There are four categories of biologics: tumor necrosis factor inhibitors, interleukin inhibitors, B cells inhibitors, and T cells inhibitors. Yes, formula will be just fine. I am an alien after all. I am an alien after all. It'll all be fine. Stranded did not come tonight. We did not see her come through. And if she did come through, she didn't comment. Yeah, we did not see her tonight at all. There's drugs that are biologics. Lantus insulin Garine. Lantus insulin is a long-acting insulin that people with diabetes sometimes use to control their blood sugar levels. Hermine, Hercavitine, Avastin, and Botox are biologics. Yes, so Botox, okay, so biologics are powerful medicines that can be made of tiny parts like sugars, proteins, or DNA, or they can be whole cells or tissues. These medicines also come from all sorts of living sources, such as humans, animals, and even bacteria. Biological medicines tend to be at the forefront of drug research today. Gene based and cellular biologics, for example, are now making it possible to treat some illnesses where no other treatments used to be available. Chat is wild. Biological medicines tend to be at the forefront of drug research. Gene based and cellular biologics, for example, are now making it possible to treat some illnesses where no other treatments used to be available. Because they come from such diverse sources, biologics are used much more complex than other medicines. For example, they take a lot more work to purify, process, and produce. One of these medicines are formulated. They also tend to be more unpredictable and are often more sensitive to light and temperature. Examples of common biologics. Biologics treat a broad range of common and rare diseases. They include vaccines, cell and gene therapies, tissues for transplants, and more. Here are some examples of biologics you may already be familiar with: Lantus, insulin, yeah, shout out the corn. Lantus has FDA approved biosimilars, and insulin Simgly is currently available. Oh, Lantus, a long acting insulin that helps people with diabetes and sometimes used to control their blood sugar levels. FDA approved for adults with type 2 diabetes and for both adults and children for type 1 diabetes. Insulin helps the body turn excess blood sugar into energy or store it in muscles, fat, and liver for later use. People with diabetes have high blood sugar levels either because their bodies don't make enough insulin or their body doesn't respond well to insulin. Lantus raises insulin levels in the body to keep blood sugar levels under control. And Lantus has FDA approved biosimilars singly insulin, Garline, Rezoglar, insulin is currently available in pharmacies. Humeria. Humeria is a type of medication known as a monoclonal antibody and are official proteins used to target specific elements in your body. With rheumatoid arthritis, Humira prevents inflammatory processes that lead joint inflammation, damage, and pain. It does this by blocking specific molecules in the body that would otherwise trigger inflammation. Humiria works like other popular biologics such as Remicade and Enbrel. Also treat autoimmune disease. And also, the FDA has approved of 7 biosimilars for Humiria. They are expected to be available in pharmacies in 2023. Herceptin, approved in 1998, Herceptin was one of the first monoclonal antibodies for cancer. It's used to treat HER positive breast cancer and HER2 positive metastatic stomach cancer. Herceptin works by targeting HER2 positive cancer cells and limiting processes that cause cells to grow multiply uncontrollably, hallmark features cell cancers. Yeah, she's going to be a shapeshifter and visit Meta. And also, I am going to keep going, of course. I chose to read this article, so I think it's interesting. I'm going to keep on going with it. And Bubbles is coming, but he's not going to come on the camera because he tries to kill me because he's camera shy. All right. Now I will get back to this article. I will go back to it maybe in the next stream, but he said he's going to call in. So we're going to put the number up for him to call in. So Biologics can call in. All right. Now, I also was interested in the article. And also, let's see. Yeah, 118. That was historical. All right. So they have something called Avastin, like Ava. They have Avastin. Avastin is a monoclonal antibody that's FDA approved to treat many different types of cancer, including colorectal cancer and brain cancer. It works by cutting off the blood supply to certain cancer cells that help them grow. Avastin is also used off-label to treat certain eye conditions, including age-related macular degeneration and diabetic eye problems. New leaky blood vessels grow in the retina that worsen these conditions. Avastin helps slow the growth of these blood vessels. Avastin has 3 biosimilars: Mevisia, Zerabev, and Almiasis. Almiasis was approved in 2022. Yeah. And Botox. Lacy Botox is a biological produced by bacteria called Clostridium botulinum. You may already know of Botox as a medication used in cosmetic procedures, but it's actually helpful for many other conditions. Botox is a toxin that blocks nerves and muscles from activating. Aside from making wrinkles disappear, it is also used to treat muscle spasm, neck spasm, underarm sweating, migraines, overreactive bladder, loss of bladder control due to nerve damage, eyelid twitching, and cross-eyed. How are biologics different than other drugs? Most medicines in your medicine cabinet at home, from allergy pills to blood pressure medications, are called small molecule drugs. They're made from chemicals, and you can find them in a variety of dosage forms, including capsules, liquids, and tropical creams. In contrast, biologics are made from living sources. They're mostly available as injections and infusions, but they can sometimes come as inhaled medication. This is oral biologics drugs. This man, this man's wild. How are biologics approved by the FDA? The process that FDA uses to approve biologics is different to small molecule drugs are submitted to the FDA for approval through new drug applications. This makes sure that they are safe and effective for their intended use. Their generic versions go through an abbreviated new drug application to show they'll work just as well with the brand versions. Because of how they're made, biologics go through special FDA approved pathway called a biologics license application. Since biologics are more complex, the BLA process focuses more on where how the medication is made compared to the NDA's process. Biosimilar versions go through an abbreviated BLO process to show they are highly similar to the FDA approved biologics counterpart. Are biologics drugs expensive? Are biologics more expensive than other drugs? Another difference between Another difference between biologic and small molecule drugs is the cost. All but a handful of the most expensive medications in the US are biologics, and the top most expensive brand name medications are biologics too. You can save up to 85% of the cost of brand name medications by opting for generic, but potential savings aren't that large. With biologics, biosimilar versions are typically between 10% and 37%. 10% and 37% less expensive than their biologic counterparts. Plus, most biologics don't have biosimilars yet. If you're having trouble paying for your biologic medication, manufacturer copay cards and patient assistance programs can help make them more affordable, but you may need to meet certain eligibility requirements. And bottom line, biologics are medications that come from living sources. They're more complex than other medications and tend to be expensive. Some conditions of biologics help treat include cancer, autoimmune immune disorder, diabetes. If your healthcare provider recommends you take biologics, know there are ways to do it safe. Several biologics have less expensive versions called biosimilars. Some biologic manufacturers offer other options, including manufacturer, copy cards, and patent assistance programs. Good prescriptions are also free discounts on certain biologics. Your pharmacist can help you understand the options. That article's done. All right. Yeah, FDA. See what's going on in chat. This man said 2 minutes. Meta shapeshifted. Yeah, what I call it. Yeah, shout out the chat and shout out the Meta and his biologics. He's pulling up biologics on us. Hey.
Hello?
Hey, Meta.
What do you think you're doing, man? What do you think you're doing right now?
Oh. What I'm doing is
You think this is a joke?
I'm
Huh?
lecturing everyone about biologics. That's all.
You think you're funny?
I'm hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it's real funny. It's a fucking comedian over here. We talk about, we're talking about this medicine, you fucking guy. It has nothing to do with the aliens.
It does. Like,
Does not. Biologics has two meanings.
really?
You're talking about. I'm just telling you in chat. You're going off on one branch of like what that means. Biologics just means like human remains.
Understood. But but you understand though, the
You
biologics
know
is a
that.
web. It's a web of network. Like there's that guy that was talking about, and there's biologics everywhere. There's biologics every single compartment. Like I was gonna go do a crusade on biologics everywhere, and also I think I recall that you tell lies, so I'm gonna be kind of suspicious. Just joking. Just joking.
You're roasting me. That's why you were reading about the medicines just to roast me on the internet, on TV, on live TV.
At the same time, though, I was like, all right, I'm gonna read about biologics and medicines, and also there's a meta there, and I know that you would really want to know about biologics, because he's like, look up biologics, but you don't understand. It's like I was reading about alien medicines because they gave us technology,
Hmm.
and they're all biologics. Like we're biologics right now.
Yeah. Well, that's two different things.
Really.
Different things.
Trying.
You know what I'm doing right now? Guess what I'm doing?
You're doing things with biologics.
I'm listening. I'm watching this.
Well, that's cool.
Listen.
But you understand though. This is a night of biologics.
I wish we have to get like fiber
Mm-hmm.
optic. Like we can get fiber line, and then we can get like a dedicated like T3 line or 2 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So to be like literal like light speed. Well, you still have to go through YouTube servers, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be funny if it was fucking actual like real time.
Right. Right.
It is pretty insane though, because like I was talking about the radios. Not to change the subject, but I do mean to change the subject. I'm doing it on purpose.
That's
so
fine.
I hate that for
No, it's fine.
I don't mean to interrupt, but yes, you do mean to interrupt. You are interrupting.
Yeah, I want to see what you have to say.
But yeah, the like in the radios, as soon as you press down that button, it's like as soon as it chirps, it immediately beeps. Like if you used to have the old Nextel or just any walkie-talkie, like radio, radio moves at the speed of light. So You're right next to each other. Boom, it's instantaneous. If you go real far away, you get like several tens or 100 miles or something, then it's like a perceivable slight delay, like from the time that broadcaster is speaking into the microphone and it's going up the antenna, and those waves are going out and hitting your car antenna. It's like microsecond.
Right.
The farther away you go, it's like a tiny bit, I think. But yeah, no, it's weird because you're speaking in it's like real time, basically. Like there's no lag, no delay, there's no latency. And it just fucking blows my mind how it could be that absolutely fast, like, because the servers that they're running that on is on fiber, and they're like dedicated streams just for that. Like QuickTime, Apple QuickTime is it's like a stream format for
I know what that is.
sending and receiving. Yeah, it's what YouTube uses to host the audio, and they use an MP3 line. It's like a pipe, and then the MP4 layer is the other pipe. Each one of those is an Apple QuickTime stream, just like an Apple QuickTime player. And it's just hosting it there. But it's it's instantaneous on the radios. Like as soon as I'm speaking and I let go of the button, the other person keys up and is speaking immediately back to me.
Oh yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Like if you even a cell phone, if you called me on your actual cell phone, we'd hear each other in more real time, but there's still a little latency because it has to go through the towers.
Yeah.
When you're connected to an antenna, so you have the radio waves. It's like zero latency, and the antenna is connected to like ultra fast, some kind of routing machinery it doesn't introduce any kind of delay or latency into the system, and then it goes from there straight to fiber. So there's no resistance like to that signal, like nothing to slow it down.
Right.
Pretty crazy.
Right. Also, what I think is, because I always liked radios and radio towers and stuff. I remember, because there's a delay with the phones. And I do think it's marvelous, like how the technology works. Because I like the technology too. How it just from different points of the country, you could just talk, like you're right in the same room. Well, there's a delay, but I think it's very cool how it works.
Yeah. Like what brought up the idea of delay just right now is because. Well, I'm calling you from my cell phone, so that's extremely fast. Like the 4G LTE voice channel is like that's going directly to the cell phone tower, and that's connecting to T-Mobile servers and stuff, which is extremely fast. But then it has to connect to YouTube. And it has to go through YouTube server, and then YouTube is hosting your live stream. So that live stream has to happen, and that live stream is coming through to the data connection on my phone, which thousands of other people are using their phones. Sometimes you go to load a website, it's a little bit slower, heavy network usage times might slow your speeds,
Right.
Sometimes your phone even gets frozen, or you might get drop down to 3G because it's like so many people on the towers and network. So there's like that's the only layer. So I'm talking to you in real time, but it's like 4 or 5 second delay for me to be able to hear and see it on YouTube. And even that has a discrepancy because like everything that happens in chat happens, but then chat doesn't come through. The video comes through first, and then chat comes up. So it seems like it should be backwards. Like you're seeing something happen, and then the chat is lagging behind, but the chat is ahead of the video. So it's like looking into the future, and you have to think counterintuitively, like, okay, wait a minute, they're two separate feeds. The chat text box is one feed, the video is another feed, and both are being played simultaneously, and one of them might slow down and the other one might slow down, but it turns out the video slows down more, and the chat comes through, and sometimes it just all freezes, and then it gives priority to the stream, and I'll just see the video for a while with no text coming up for 5 minutes, and then it wants to buffer the stream to catch the chat up. Then I'm 5 minutes behind on the video, and it's going with the chat, so I'm in chat responding to something that happened 5 minutes ago. Sometimes people might not even see mine. I guess YouTube is like, oh, it didn't get enough packets from my data connection if it was too slow, and my messages, it'll show up client side for me, but you won't see it. So you probably don't experience that having a home internet. You probably have a higher speed internet, but
yeah,
if you had a super crazy, like, even a T1 line or just a fiber, I would be able to see you more in real time. We could play with like delay effect.
Okay,
Yeah.
so tell me, what is this other kind of thing called? You just said it.
What?
The line you talked about?
With the other radio?
Yeah. Oh, the radio you already talked about. I thought you were talking about a different type of Wi-Fi connection.
I was talking about what the GMRS
Yeah.
radios?
Oh no.
It's just kind of like,
yeah. Go on.
or the app, like the thing that I use to talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? What are you asking me?
I was having a moment of biologics, and I was thinking of, like, I thought you were talking about some different type of Wi-Fi signal, but you must have been talking about the radio. If you and I saw the radio, we're talking through a radio, it would be more, there would be less of a delay.
I think I'm having a mental episode of biologics now, based on what you just said.
Oh no.
I'm feeling like I might have to go home from work. Like, my boss asked me what's wrong. I feel like I got biologics going on.
Yeah, there you
Mental thing. You know? I need to have like paintings of the ocean and like a white leather couch and just sit in a room, let it pass.
Yeah.
What are you asking me about?
Okay, I made in my imagination. I made this up also, like there was this, like, a line called something M1. It wasn't M1, but you said something like that. So it's this. I was thinking. So there's this advanced Wi-Fi system that he's talking about. That if we both used it, we would hear each other more with less of a delay, and then you would be able to test it through your contraption.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the repeater networks.
All right.
The radio and stuff. Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. In the group chat, and you can have single chat, one-on-one with radio. You can connect like with anything from anywhere.
Yeah. So you said repeater networks.
All
right. Thanks. So.
Yeah. So I mean, you have like you have like your Wi-Fi, a Wi-Fi repeater.
Yeah.
Like a range extender.
Yes, I have one. One's using that. I'm using that to get the stream from the other area.
Yeah. So it takes like the reason that your Wi-Fi router, you connect to your Wi-Fi and you go far away from the router and your signal gets weaker and weaker because the radio waves can only transmit so far because it's a little radio, sending out Wi-Fi radio signal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you go out in front and it disconnects because you don't even have enough signal. Well, okay, as long as I can get some of that signal, just like, say, if I had an FM radio and my FM radio is like just out of range, well, if you had an FM radio and you're 100 yards in front of me and you're picking up the signal, well, you could just take your headphone jack, the audio,
Mm-hmm.
and send it into another radio transmitter.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're transmitting 5,000 yards from there.
Mm.
See, it's boosting the power, and now you're a repeater. So you have a whole network of these things connected together all over the place with range. And there's like CB network repeaters and all these different groups that are like not organizations, but like individuals and enthusiasts that they run these. Like I want to say network again, but not like a network, like a computer network, like a network of people and like different, radio operators that have their own call sign. Amateur radio, like you have to have a license to do that. Ham radio.
Mm-hmm.
Other like consumer enthusiasts, and then anybody can get a CB radio and become a trucker and just have a CB radio at home, or you get like a Baofeng radio for like $300 and you can pick up transmissions from all over the place. So when you're driving, you might be able to send a signal from your truck, and you could talk to other truckers like, I don't know, whatever, like 50 miles away, say, for example, or say 100 miles away. Well, if they have something and they're picking up your thing and they're sending it to somewhere else, or you, instead of transmitting to them, you tune your radio to the repeater network line. And so everybody's connected to that. And so there's antennas like every 100 miles apart. Anywhere you're at, you're going to connect to the same audio. It's going to be sent through, internet lines and stuff, and then go to a transmitter and send that radio out to those trucks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if I went outside and I had a CB radio and there's a trucker 10 miles away, and I'm literally just talking to him on my radio, like through the airwaves. Well, now if he drives 1,000 miles away, I just tune to the antenna network repeater. I talk to the repeater. It takes my transmission, sends it to the next repeater, sends it to the next radio repeater. That one sends it to the next one, all down the line, thousands of miles away. And you could skip over the ocean. You could go anywhere in the world through all these different tunneling methods and just different connections, and depending on what you tune into. And you can hear like different transmissions all from around the world in real time. Some you can only monitor because there's no return channel. It's only broadcasting. So you can pick it up from like different networks. It's always weird and interesting because there's always new stuff being connected and built and invented and disconnected and breaking, and you never know. You might find some weirdo or you might talk to some other person in Japan, just random people. Yeah, it's really wild. It's like two-way walkie-talkies, but you could talk to people who are connected to stuff in their vehicle. They got antennas at their house. They got handheld radios walking around in the wilderness, sitting around on the internet, on a laptop, on phones, like anything you can imagine, you can connect to them. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And see, so you're saying in the beginning part that you could use. Well, I have a question really. Can you use the radio as a Wi-Fi booster?
Like as a Wi-Fi repeater, not like what kind of radio? I don't think there's like a radio that'll transmit Wi-Fi.
Okay.
frequency.
So what? Although you said it, and I know the machines that can do that. So, is there any other machines that can be a Wi-Fi repeater? That's my question.
What do you mean? I mean, a repeater is a repeater. What else would it be?
Okay. I'm just saying, like, can something else be used as a repeater besides a repeater?
That doesn't make sense. Can something else be what it, like, if you're, wait, you gotta hear the question you're asking me. Can something else be used, wait, say it again?
All right. Can something?
Something that's not a repeater be used, if it's
No, like,
not a repeater and it's being used as one, then it is one.
okay,
Like, what do you mean? Like, take something else that wasn't meant to do that?
like something that has a similar that can be used for that, but isn't that? Does that make sense? I could explain in more detail to make it make sense.
Like, to do what? To do what? Like, to be handheld walking around with it?
No, it's just can something else be used as a Wi-Fi repeater besides a Wi-Fi repeater? That's something that wasn't meant to be used for that, but could still have that function.
If it has that function, then it is a Wi-Fi repeater.
Okay, understand.
Like, what do you? I don't know. You're trying to say, like, if I could turn something into a car, would it be a car?
Then it would
Like,
be a car,
wait, what?
right? Then it
I mean, if you turned it into one, like, what do you mean? Like, that's what I mean. Like hacking
all right. So
some device that wasn't meant to
yeah,
do that, or like, you have to be more specific because I don't know
you're
what
right.
you mean.
Yeah. So
Like,
yeah, hacking a device that wasn't meant to be that and making it into one, kind of like how say
yeah,
like in
yeah,
trans.
for sure.
Okay.
There's a whole like community of like hacking enthusiasts,
Mm.
hardware hackers. So yeah, there's a whole like subculture genre, like underground, yeah,
Okay.
homebrew electronics, maker faire, yeah, like physical hardware hackers. So you take like a D-Link, like an old router. Yeah, I mean you can make like, yeah, you can make Wi-Fi repeaters like out of old stuff like D-Link, and there's custom firmware. So Nerd coded exactly the thing you're asking me like many years ago and created entire like firmware, basically hardwired operating system for the chip inside of an old like obsolete D-Link router. Yeah, and you turn it into a range extender.
Okay.
So here's another crazy thing you can do. You get a 2.4 gigahertz Yagi antenna. It's like a directional antenna, and you're firing the microwaves like and picking them up like from real far away. So you could have your Wi-Fi hotspot. I could be like a mile away from your house, where it's like physically impossible to reach that far, but it's a super like microwave booster, like this long pole with a spiral on it. And yeah, you can pick up like fucking like 400 Wi-Fi hotspots. Like you just like aiming it all around the neighborhood, it'll pick up hotspots for like half a mile radius. Literally like 400 fucking Wi-Fi hotspots pop up. So people have also taken. It gets crazy, dude. It gets real crazy. They've taken Arduino computer. It's a little tiny breadboard computer. They're super cheap, and you can code them to do like anything you want.
I know what that is.
So they have it connected to a little tiny drone, which can fly around, and so you can program this drone to go off and fly to certain locations, and you tell it to look for open Wi-Fi spots.
Oh yeah.
So you code all this in, and you send this thing away like it's a fucking carrier pigeon. Like go into the world and yeah, dude. You know, you just send it off. It's automated. It's all programmed. It locates Wi-Fi hotspots. It can locate like encrypted, secure hotspots, brute force find exploits. It has all the hacker tools of like a professional black hat hacker on board. So it could basically penetrate and crack pretty much any network. It also flies around like the park and the streets, looking at every single person's phone, even if you have like your Wi-Fi off. And there's a setting in your Android phone and probably Apple too for like Wi-Fi scanning even when Wi-Fi is off. So your phone is still kind of looking in the background if it sees a network, so that if you do turn on Wi-Fi, it will know right away and it'll be able to connect way faster. So you could have that, or even if you just connected to any Wi-Fi anywhere, or if you sent like a Bluetooth picture, there's a lot of things where it is scanning for these things and creating like a fingerprint profile and looking for patterns. So it can see the patterns and then it can identify you, and then it can see where you went, and it can draw a line and track you where you went based on your fucking Wi-Fi information, like your cookies and everything. So it's like scanning your traffic, and if it sees your traffic again, it knows that you're you. It knows where you just came from. And this thing, yeah, it could break into, it could connect to Wi-Fi. It can clone the network. So it can clone the Starbucks or clone your home network. Then it can disable your network. And you come home connecting to your Wi-Fi thinking it's fine. You're connecting to the drone. And yeah, now it has full access to everything. It can install a remote administration RAT. It's a tool. Complete full root access to like all your devices, everything, and do whatever they want. But yeah, they show like within literally less than 3 minutes, a random drone flying around is looking at you in Starbucks on your phone through the camera and just able to hack your files and do whatever it wants. Pretty trippy.
Yeah, that's trippy.
You could have it where it's a Wi-Fi. It's a repeater.
Okay.
So theoretically, you could have one of them fly up in a tree or connect somewhere or sit somewhere, and then you can connect to it, and it's connected to my house. And then if I fly another drone 50 feet away from that one, it could repeat the signal. So yeah, there's like I think somebody built a robot that goes around on tank treads, and it's a Wi-Fi hotspot, and you could use it as a range extender.
Well, yeah, thank you for explaining that. And also, I have some questions from chat, and we have right here from, let's see, Amanda about the radio. So, I think it was a CB radio. Do you use a CB radio?
What?
Do you use a CB radio?
No, I use an interface that connects to the repeaters that connects to the CB.
Oh.
Actual radio.
All right. Another question from chat. Okay, so Sarah says, can the drone also open up a Bluetooth also?
Yeah, it can do anything you can imagine on your phone.
Okay.
It could send you payloads. It can silently send applications, APK files to your phone and install them in the background.
Well, I have a question for you.
Can
it send biologics?
Yeah. I can't really get into that. Can't talk about that right here.
Oh, okay. All right, it's classified. Yeah, so basically...
I'm not going to say it's classified. I'm not going to say it's not classified.
True, true. Because I was hearing that. So basically, like the philosophy of biologics is really, really intense. Because it's like you have the biologics of like rocks and stuff on the moon and things like that, and I get into that later. And so basically,
No, that's not what biologics. No, that's biological matter, or like biological organisms. But biologics is all that stuff you were talking about, and then the other way that you use that word is that's the remains of a human being. So if I came to an accident scene and there was like a leg, there were biologics on scene. If there's no bodies, no blood, nothing, there's no biologics. They're not talking about medicine. So if they found blood or any DNA or like a piece of hair, that's biologics. So when that guy is talking about the crash, this is what you have to understand. He has choices of what to say. He could say, because they're asking him, have you found extraterrestrial alien bodies? Like they're asking him, have you found humanoid intelligent aliens? We want to know, have you found fucking aliens, bro? Like straight up, he could have said, I mean, this is the dude who on his own wants to bring the truth to you. Right. He's being like as 100% accurate as possible. This isn't somebody we're interrogating and trying to get information out of, and he has some agenda to lie and hide it. This is someone who, like, if there was a fucking, I don't know, dude, flying unicorn shooting, rainbow farts, he'd be like, yep, rainbow farts, unicorns. Like, he would. He'd be like, okay. It was a 1987 maroon Buick 4-door flying through the air, sir. He wouldn't be like, it was vehicular machinery. He would be like, no, it's a 1984 LeBaron with the fucking, a 1980s Alf Alien, or 90s, whenever that show was out. Mm-hmm. But, no, the way he said it, these are his choices. One, he could say, no, there were no bodies. Just crashed ships with no pilots, which doesn't make sense. So, and I mean, we're assuming the premise that he doesn't want to just make anything up. So we're not going to doubt every option. Just to say, for sake of argument, choice number one, no bodies. But that's not the case. There was something. So what was there? Was it aliens? That's the question. His choice, he could say, yes, there were humanoid alien bodies. Mm-hmm. That's what everybody wants to know. If that's what he knew in his brain, if that's the information he had, I feel he's being honest. And he would have said, yes, humanoid aliens. Approximately this tall or this tall. And they looked like this, several of them. One of them was blue. Mm-hmm. One of them was gay. Gay aliens. Yeah. One of them was hot female hitting on me. I didn't know what to do. She was a seductress. I smashed. Couldn't help it. He would alien titties, Man, dude, I couldn't help it. I'd be like, dude, it might be risky. What if you could die from an alien virus? But I mean,
it's like,
dude, hot alien, a hot alien, like a super hot. She has like a humanoid body, but like something out of like Stargate, or like, oh man, dude, and you're just so like into it, man. And then she has like the normal like humanoid parts, but it's she's like like just straight up not a human, like
right.
I don't know, man. I'd probably take the risk. But anyway, look, so he could have said, yeah, there's alien bodies. They're humanoid. Because clearly, if there's a ship that has crashed, I mean, it goes without saying something was flying it. So that's why they're asking the question. What did you find where there's the crashed vessel? were there bodies? Yes, there were bodies. What were they? Aliens? He says biologics were found. That means usually humanoid remains, like human remains. That is what that terminology means when you're talking about a crash.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a plane crash, say everybody parachuted off the plane crashed, they find the debris. Were there any biologics found or located? No. That means blood, DNA, skin, bones, decapitated fucking parts. It's like, so that literally means, yes, there were alien bodies. The alien bodies were smashed up, and what happens to you when you're in a car crash, let alone a fucking ship that can do Mach whatever? Who knows how hard they would have hit the ground or how they crashed. So you're talking about alien splatter, a fucking organic being, intelligent alien, humanoid. Otherwise, he would have said something else. It wasn't a robot. It wasn't a self-flying, automated AI, artificial intelligence ship. Yes, there were bodies, he said. And biologics means like remains, like there was a crash and the alien bodies were destroyed and there was blood and organic tissues. That's what they have. That's probably what they mostly have. And that also can mean fully intact bodies. But he just did not say that part. But that's what that means. Like, he doesn't have to say it out loud.
Right.
If I told you, there was a car crash. Okay, there were, usually you say there was a body. But if it's all in pieces and liquefied, then there's just biologics on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Any DNA residue, skin, any part of humans. But he's not talking about a human. He's talking about an alien, intelligent, organic being with, guts and blood that crashed.
Yeah.
So whatever the implications of that, contamination or where that organic residue ended up, what they might have done with it or discovered from it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty crazy, dude.
Oh yeah, I do wonder, like, because I know of the Greys. I want to know, what is your opinion on the Greys? Do you have an opinion on them? Like, let's just say, like, why do you think? Well, I want to say this. Why do you think the Greys are the most, like, we don't see other races? We just see that group?
Yeah, I was talking to you about that a long time ago. I think one of the first time I called.
Right, you could repeat it. I don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that a long time, and like a lot of different times. And I think one night I was just thinking about it. And the only thing that makes sense is like Occam's razor. Like the simplest conclusion is probably the most likely.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you sorry,
It's all good, man.
I think if you look back to like I don't know, like 1600s and stuff like that, like what was all the lore and like all the paranormal stuff was all about the classic like old things like ghosts, of course, because like human beings have always had that kind of a belief. That's always been something that's around. So if you think of all the things that are currently things we have in pop culture, some of them are just basic human things that have always existed. And we've piled all these other things onto that. and it's kind of just in our mind in a big like cloud of like, oh, like werewolves and like Frankenstein and vampires and ghosts, and all of these things come from completely different dichotomies of like complete, like most of it you start to realize is like Hollywood creation, because certain things came from legends of, okay, there might have been some kind of wolf and it bit this guy and he got rabies, and then it started this legend because he was violent, and he turned into a wolf, and it became like the story that people told, and it never happened, and it just be that time going on, and then Hollywood picks that up and is like, oh, okay. But then there was no such thing as like Pinhead, right? There weren't people, you know who Pinhead is?
I know that from SpongeBob, but I know it's probably from something else also.
Like, yeah, like for example, because Pinhead is like one of the most sinister, evil, monster kind of magical villains in movies. Yeah, think about like Freddy Krueger. Maybe there might be some folk tales about people feel like they were visited in their dreams, or something to do with dreams, or like dreaming about a man. I know about all that, but there was no like legend of like the character Freddy Krueger, or like Jason from Friday the 13th, and like Freddy versus Jason. You're not going to look back in the Bible and it's like, oh, he had his claws and he would invade your dreams and chase you around with your teenage friends while you're in high school. It's like, what? And no. So all these things come from somewhere, and you get to like the early like days of film and television, and it was real theatrical and dramatic and involved, and like it was like a big production to act out this whole big thing, and it was a whole different, it wasn't like fake and plastic how acting is now. They were like more into it. It's like, wait, it's a whole different thing. The further you go back in time with TV and film, it's like literally an alien world, whole different types of human beings. Like, we need a lot of that old ways back. We need people to experience what it was like to have like wholesomeness in the 50s and 60s, and like respect between people, and talking face to face, just like trusting your fucking neighbor, and all the American dream just all went to shit. But I'm looking at chat, but I don't know where it is at right now. But okay, so you get to like that period of time, and it was like, oh, the fascination of like sci-fi and this whole idea of the Industrial Revolution, and that's where like the idea of steampunk came from, because of like what if like people in Victorian times created like steam engines, and it was like, oh, it was all advanced. It was kind of like us in the Industrial Revolution. We created a bunch of stuff that was super advanced. And we get to like monsters, vampires, sci-fi, and like spaceships, and like people thinking about like space travel one day, and like Isaac Asimov and the science fiction fantasy of robots and humanity, even way back then. And then so you get to like all the Hollywood depictions. Then you get to the time of Roswell, and so you have to think, why is it? Yeah, it's the alien green head or gray head. If you look at enough videos and research and look into this kind of stuff for like so many years, you start to understand it's like It's like they're the grays, right? And sometimes they can appear greenish blue or bluish tint to their skin. And there's a story of the guy I was telling you. He heard something crash outside. There was like a disc and a big thing, a farmer, and he got a shotgun and shot this like short man, and the bullet hit him in the stomach. He was naked, small gray man with real skinny body parts and a big head with black eyes, oval-shaped almond eyes, and he shot him, and it sounded like lead shooting into a bucket with a towel. He said, like, tunk, 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 tunk. It was like hitting him like he had some protective metallic layer in his skin, and he didn't really feel it. So you have the crash in Roswell. So why only this one symbol, this one symbol, this one symbol? You look at all the different aliens and different types of monsters over the years and Hollywood creations. That wasn't a Hollywood creation, and it wasn't really like I try to think. It's weird. Like I said, I was thinking about it a lot, and it's hard to figure out because is it like a product of one initial person coming up with that like little picture, and then every single person afterward just kept perpetuating that same exact thing, and it's really based on nothing? Then that would mean every single story, every single of the hundreds and hundreds of thousands, like they would all have to be completely made up, creative writing out of these people's minds, every single one. And you see these people interviewed, you're like, well, okay, maybe they're being genuine, but they were seeing things or delusional. Well, the more you research it, how come we find these same shaped heads and eyes in old carvings, in old little statues that are like tens of thousands of years old, all kind of paintings, all kinds of stuff? It all came from somewhere.
Facts.
And it all lines up to that same type of image. Like, and if you think biologically, like evolutionary, that might make sense. In a lot of ways, just the way that they would be formed, it could totally work out. Like, there's nothing invalid, like medically, where you could say, oh, well, that, you know, oh, we could say, oh, it's an alien being, anything could be possible. But yeah, no, I mean, if it's a fucking organic being like us, it's probably carbon-based. And it can bleed. It can, like they say in Independence Day or something, that whatever movie, if it can bleed, it can fucking die. You know?
Right.
Like, and if it can bleed, we can fucking kill it. And that means it's just like us. It's just more advanced, but it's still flesh and blood. And that has to make sense on some level. Like, it still has to line up within our physics. There's no, you know, I was talking before to somebody about that. I don't know where, but yeah, no, it's on a different channel. There's no like beyond our physics. That doesn't make sense. Like, I might have said that before. You might have said it before. But if you really think about what does that actually mean, like if there's a ship flying around, it's not defying physics. That doesn't make sense. Like, we just aren't able to describe that aspect of physics. They physically exist in our airspace, then they're flying around. That is something we haven't explained yet. It's like, you know, it's like, okay, before we invented airplanes, and then we have like a little village somewhere, some primitive tribe, and they don't know anything about air molecules and lift. And then they see us just flying a plane around, which is extremely easy to understand the physics of that and lift and like how air works and thrust, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So for us, it's like extremely simple, and they would see it and go, "Oh, these extra dimensional beings, these aliens, are beyond our physics. They're manipulating physics, and they come from some other place." Like, well, where? Like I was saying before, where are they physically? We see the ships. They can't defy the laws of physics. They're just utilizing whatever forces exist and whatever technology does exist, that if we understood it, we could, and knew how to do that, we could do that too. We just don't know what that is. You know?
Right. Yeah, I agree. And that was very well said. Also, something that I was doing research on, it's very similar to what you said. And like from my perspective, a theory about this is like what you said in a different way, like my own way of saying it. And that the interpretation is like the vampires and the creatures and things, like that was always there. There was these things there. And then there's some theories that some of these beings, this is not necessarily what you said. This is what I'm saying. That they could switch into these other beings later on, like what we have now. And also, I do think that there are other ones as well, like different alien beings. So yeah, I think that is similar to what I think about these beings. Like I will say something that you pointed out, how these things have to have our type of physics. Because I was talking about Merlin and the story of Merlin, the legend of Merlin, and his father was a demon. And somebody was like, it's not true. They can't.
Like what you just said.
Yeah, what's up?
What you said have our physics. That doesn't, no, there is just is physics.
Right.
Everything is, physics is the way to describe all reality. If they exist, they are from somewhere. That somewhere exists, and they are here now. There's no our physics or their physics. There's just the universe.
Well, I agree with you, but there's biologic physics. Biologics. No, I know.
You got me there.
But no, I agree with you. I agree. And what I mean by what I said is something that has to have our physics, which is physics in general. I know. I agree with you. And so,
there's different levels of understanding,
right?
Like different ways of utilizing different things. Just like, 1,000 years ago, you could create a fire with sticks, but I have a Bic lighter and I travel through time. I don't have my own physics,
Well, I have my own physics, but suit yourself.
I mean, I do. I'm just not trying to make you look bad on your own show.
Well, that's
like my physics is way like your physics is within mine, like as a fractal. So mine is,
Well, okay, we'll keep that for. Well, that's a different stream that you and I do by ourselves. We don't want them to, because we don't want them to get into biologic soup. All right, but basically, how this demon creature, these succubuses, which is a female being that would have intercourse with the men, which is like that's one of the things, and also a male succubus is the incubus. And I was explaining to them in this story, in this line of thinking about these beings and these legends, is that they take on human form of, not human form, but some type of form in this realm, and that they do have the same laws of physics that we have. That's what I was explaining to these people. It's biblical that these demon beings have our physics. And they thought they didn't, but they do have our physics, like in the biblical sense. So this aligns with what you're saying, that something it has to have the laws of physics, because like what we have, because that is the laws of physics. Right.
Yeah, I mean There's only one. There can't be like.
Yeah, exactly. Like as I was trying to explain to people, like they think it's like a thing, but no, it's like what we are. It has to be the same thing we are. The people didn't
It's
get
like this. Like this.
right.
Look, if I took like 10 apples and I put it on a desk,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you count it. You count the apples, and you say there's 10 apples.
Mm-hmm.
And then I count the apples, and I say, yes, there are 10 apples. Are there 20 apples? Because we both counted them.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
There's only 10, right? Yeah.
Well,
So
there's
it's just
the shadow.
even if there's like some, well, even if there's some magic, like say it's like a fantasy dimension or realm, like somewhere that does not like exist within like this physical space, it would have to be adjacent to, but I mean, it's still in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
The universe means wherever that thing is, you can't put it out. It's just like God, dude.
Mm-hmm.
God can't exist outside of reality.
Right.
Like God cannot exist outside of existence because then it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's
Like there can be no such thing. You can't create nothing from, or you can't create something from nothing.
right.
Something had to exist to create the something. And you can say like, well, the whole universe, and like that's what people say. It's a flawed argument, flawed logic to say God is outside of the universe and created it. Well, no. The universe means wherever he was to create the thing you're saying, that is part of the universe.
Right. I agree.
You know, it's like a retro definition, like retro causality definition. I try to explain this to people, and they're like, no, and it's like, that applies to so many other concepts, that logic. And like, no, dude, no. It's like we have to rake the grass in order to mow the lawn. No, we mow the lawn and then the clippings fall and then we rake the clippings away. And you're like, no, you don't understand. Every time we rake the clippings, we mow the lawn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not in that order.
Right.
It's like, yeah, and if something exists, we're talking about that, like everything that exists falls within the definition of physics. There would be some way to describe it. We might not ever be able to understand or describe it.
Right. But there's some explanation. There's an explanation for it.
There might not actually be, because, well, you have to think about it philosophically. There doesn't have to be an explanation. There can be life which is not sentient. It can just be acting on impulse, just like a single-cell organism or amoeba, or like a toad or a frog. Like,
yeah.
Like, you know, it doesn't sit around thinking about its place in the universe. It can't do that. Right. It goes on like programmed instinct to just go. So there could be some life that just is out there.
Exactly. I agree.
And so it has no understanding or grasp or concept of anything. It could be just like the crystalline. There's this thing in Star Trek, Next Generation, and it's the crystalline entity, and it just like communicates psychically with like feeling, and like it doesn't really do anything. It just exists. Like, I don't know. There's stuff that it could just exist but not have a reason and not even be aware of itself, and it could be that. Our reality on a quantum level, there could be something else happening that we will never be able to see or detect from our perspective, our angle of looking at matter, everything. But that could be the answer of, well, these extra dimensions on paper, mathematically, they're not theorized things like places. It's just a mathematical concept. So people don't get like, oh, there's going to be beings there. And it's, no, But if there were, it could be something that it's physically impossible for us to access. Just like the frog will never be able to, like, drive to the store and buy milk and eggs and start a family, and like it can't do that.
Right.
It never will be able to.
Right.
With all the time in the world, it will always just be that. Like a tree, you know, a tree is there, oak tree. It's never going to spontaneously grow a human brain and start talking. It just doesn't work that way.
Exactly.
So there's certain things that will always be unchanging in the universe, and there might be these other entities who aren't even aware of anything. They're just an existence, a consciousness. It could be whatever. It could be organic beings. It could be robotic. It could be drones, little satellite. It could just be a window, just like in Fringe in the show, where you can see through. Yeah, you have Leonard Nimoy, you know, Spock. Walter! Oh, I'm in another dimension. Fucking asshole. Oh, Walter. Yeah, he's evil. Oh,
Yeah.
my God, we've got to stop him.
Yeah.
Oh, you're off your meds, Walter. Oh. Oh, I love Leonard Nimoy, dude. It could just be looking in the window, looking into our thing, and we can never interact with it. But still, that doesn't matter because, okay, let me ask you this. If there's a star, just like our sun, and we can describe the entire sun, all the processes, we understand it scientifically, like we measure it, we have all these fucking scanners, we've sent probes to the sun, right? We know a lot about it. You can look at it in the sky. You can fucking, there's, you know.
I could burn in it.
Every kind of, you know, there's like every kind of biologics in there, everything.
Oh, God.
So we,
Yeah.
you know.
We couldn't leave that out.
So imagine.
There's biologics. I know.
Okay, so now imagine if the sun was 100 million light years away from us, undetectable by us ever. Let's say that, like, let's say just like that the expansion of the universe is true, which it's not. I know it's not. It absolutely is not true, and I wish I could write it down on paper and prove it, but I can conceptualize it, and I know, like, mathematically, and it's just their theories are unsound. And now there's other scientists saying, like, oh, there's new evidence that it's not true, because their redshift theory is it's not sound. It's like it does not line up, and they're just too fucking stubborn to admit that, oh, we can't find this, and this still doesn't work. Yeah, because your whole thing started off flawed.
Right.
It's not expanding at an accelerated rate. If it's expanding, it's not what they say. But anyway, let's just say this thing is so far away that human beings will never be able to get to that sun. So no human being will ever be able to measure that sun. No one will ever see it. It's just sitting in space. No beings will ever see it, right? And then eventually it burns out and nobody ever saw that sun. So does that mean that sun was beyond physics? Undescribable by our physics? Because we didn't see it and measure it? No. We're not there? Right. So just because you can't see something or it's not here or detectable doesn't mean it's undescribable. Like, you can wear a Halloween costume, just because I can't tell who you are doesn't mean you're not you, and I can't pull your mask off one time and, oh, it is you. Just because I never learned how to do that and you ran away so fast, I can never see it. Oh, he's beyond physics. No. And, yeah, I still stand by, I think, actually, there's going to be some beings that come here. They're going to be less advanced than us. They're going to have, like, very strange space technology, and they're probably going to be in a bad situation. They've been traveling for generations in space. They probably lived in space. Maybe their planet got destroyed, or they've been traveling for centuries, maybe even thousands of years. Maybe it's a whole, like a Dyson sphere type thing, but real rudimentary. Like, I mean, like, you got to think weird, like real rudimentary, you know. It doesn't have to be that advanced, but that other stuff, obviously, if it's going like that fast on scanners and disappearing and fucking, you know, shutting down systems, and we can't see it, detect it, we can't chase it.
Right.
They're obviously more advanced than us.
Right.
I would ask, like, what are they doing then? You know.
Right. Chat has questions.
Yeah.
All right. Sarah wants to know, can you delete the APK files?
From what?
She didn't say anything specific.
Just talking about what I was saying before about, like, hackers installing stuff. I mean, not really. There's security vulnerabilities in Android. I mean, you just have to look into security and get real good stuff, like the trusted stuff, anti-malware for your phone, and just follow good habits, like don't download and visit sites that are sussy baka chat. Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
That's a whole can of worms.
Right. Also, there is something else. So I know there's one obvious one that I'm going to ask you in a moment, because there is some other ones. Just there's so many comments here, but yeah, chat really likes our conversation. They think we're cool, and
Yeah.
so this one's so the last time Latina wanted to know your age. What are your comments on that?
Oh, what are my comments on the idea of that, or what are my comments on that thing that happened?
No, like she wants to know what your age was.
Yeah, you're asking me about that night. What are my thoughts on what happened that night?
No, not what happened that night. Just her question.
Oh. Like in what context?
She wants to know, like,
Asking what do I think about random strangers on the internet who you barely ever chatted with, never met, you don't know, demanding to know your age over and over, and then I think that's really weird. Like I said, you don't demand people's age. You might ask, but yeah, first of all, it's never implied that anyone owes you anything on the internet, first of all.
right.
And beyond that, like your personal information, things about you, that's always been a pet peeve. Like when you have specific profiles and you leave things blank on purpose, and then people are still like, just like hounding you to know those things. Like, why don't you? If I wanted to, I would have put it there. Oh, why don't you have a picture? Why don't you? Because I don't want to put a picture up. Like some people don't want to be public.
Right, I understand.
And some people do. Some people don't care. You know, yeah. Some people don't have never had a Facebook with their actual government name, and I happen to be one of those people.
That's fine.
You know, yeah. It's just one of those things that is more like you'd be more like comfortable with someone, or like inquire, and then maybe say like, oh, did they even see my chat? First of all, gotta understand we're on the internet. I might not have even seen it, might not have even been looking at my phone, it might not have even come through on my side.
Right.
And then to just go off on like, I'm up to something or something. Okay, right. Dude. And I think of like females all the poor bros out there, all the guys that are like politely wanting to know things about females, and they're like, no, no. And then like guys that are just demanding things. Demanding, like, this one's mine. And they're just like dragging the female by the hair like Fred Flintstone and shit. This one's mine. Back up. All the men are like, yeah. That's because that's how men are, you know. We just fucking, you know, you see a woman, you grab her by the pussy, and fucking that's that. Like, man.
It's
This one's mine. you know where I get that from?
Where'd you get
You want to
it
know where I got that from?
Where?
Here's a story for you. I met this girl and we dated for like years, but I met her at a rave after party me and my friend were throwing. So it was my girlfriend and her best friend who never went to a party. And she was doing substance for the first time. So she's like, man, just keep me safe. So I was like her protector. Sometimes you go to a party and you have like, you know, someone that's protect this girl. Mm-hmm. So you tag along with the girl, you stay pretty sober, make sure no guys are trying to fucking, you know, do some fuck shit.
Right. I know.
Like, yeah, bruh. You put your arm out with the elbow. Bruh. Yo, man, back off, dude. She's not into it, bro. Like, might have to throw some bodies. Yeah, but, yeah, so this dude comes and he's like hitting on her and all this, and then he's like has his arm around her neck, and she's just like, oh, whatever, because she's half out of it. And I'm like, okay, I gotta fucking shut this down, dude. This is fucking getting out of hand. He's trying to lead her around and all this. Oh. Like, dude, no. Like, this is my friend's house in a suburb where I drove here in my girlfriend in my car that we own together with her, and she lives an hour away. We picked her up from like out of town and went downtown to Chicago for like an overnight excursion to a rave, then some suburb she's never been. Bro, she's not walking off with you fucking anywhere. I don't know who the fuck you are. Like, we are there together. We are a little, like, you know, nest collective, and it was me and my friends and the crew and everything, and yeah, I was playing tracks and DJing and stuff, and
that's nice.
So the whole thing, the guy, he's walking, and he didn't know anything about like me knowing her, and he thought I was trying to hook up with her because I was trying to grab her and I was pulling her sweatshirt. And he was trying to lead her away, like, with his arm around her back, and I grabbed her sweatshirt and, like, yanked her whole fucking body back. And he goes, no, bro. He goes, this is the whole thing. He goes, hey, this one's mine, dude. I was like, oh, my God, that shit blew my mind. It blew my fucking mind. I was like, wow, no, get the fuck, no, dude, come here. I was like, hey, come here. I kept saying her name. She's like, what? Like, laughing. Like, dude, who is this guy? He thought he was making headway, like, running game on her, and she was into it because she was just out of it. Like, so I'm like, no. I told my girlfriend, and she was actually a triple black belt in Taekwondo. So she wanted to, like, basically put this dude in the hospital. She gets angry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not like a violent person, but she want to punch you in the sternum and just crack your rib. She can do it with like one punch. One punch man. She's some good shit. She's not a man though. She's a woman. That was a bad analogy.
Right. But there are women.
She was crazy, dude. Like,
that know self-defense and stuff. Like, there are women that know about the martial arts. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, she was crazy, like, total, like, timid, real respectful girl, goth kind of girl, short black hair, and wore fat pants and baggy clothes and just chill. But, yeah, she'll punch the fuck out of you and kick you in the head.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, she was pretty mad.
I can imagine. Yeah.
But yeah, we had to ditch that guy. We went back home.
Hmm.
That was fucking hilarious. So this one's mine. I just imagine like it's like a planet of women, and there's like men on jetpacks, like
Oh
like
God. Oh
invading
no.
like
Yeah. Thank Peru.
like it's, like the Wicked Witch of the West with the monkeys. They're just like snatching up the women. This one's mine. Yeah. That'd be, if we were like the animal kingdom, that's how we would like. I thought about that, dude. What if we were like animals, but
Hmm.
that was accepted in society?
Hmm.
So everyone's just walking around, and at any point in time, like the man is just like, oh, and just goes savage, grabbing women and like sexing them. And they're like, oh, I'm pregnant now, and they're just have babies. They're
Hmm.
just like, oh, I'm pregos. And a man comes, like, oh, woman. It's like, oh shit.
Oh God.
Like instead of saying, did you get married? I'm engaged. It's like, oh, Jane just got dragged off by the hair, like in the Flintstones. It's like, oh yeah, socially acceptable. And then you have aliens who are like normal, and they come and they're like, that they're like, these aliens are crazy, bro. They don't even grab women by the pussy or anything. No, they're like, that's evil, you know.
Hmm.
Well, I have a good, I have another thing for you. There was one thing when I saw it, I wanted you to go on live stream tonight. That was
Okay.
the reason why.
All right. Now, now, do you mind if I be back 1 second? I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to be right back, and he could talk about biologics or something, and I'll be right back. All right. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can see his chat too. It's coming through text. Chat, chat. You hear me, chat? I thought you were gonna be back in a second. I can see you. You know. You realize I can see you. You forgot to turn off your camera. Tell a story. Story. I move close to the mic to breathe. The end. That's the story. Tell you a story. One day, I went to my friend's house, and he's like, dude, my cousin has turntables. And I was like, holy shit, what's that? It's like record players, like DJs do. It's like, oh, wow, like dudes we see on TV. Come on. You know? It's like, wow. I was real little. And then I learned how to DJ. So the end. That's the story.
All right. You could tell me
Yeah.
about. You could tell me about why you wanted me to go live tonight.
Because Joe Biden is a criminal scumbag. But no. Well, there's this footage, and it's like very strange. And I don't know if you've seen it. It was just on. You might know about it or heard about it, but it needs to be investigated now, and nobody can figure out any answers of like what's for sure happening here. I want to look into it more, but I wanted to analyze it, and there's footage. I wanted to just think about it as a thought experiment of like, okay, let's think, what if this is actually real? I don't want to look at this footage and say, oh, I think it is real, or I don't. I want you and me look at it sometime, maybe now, but
Mm-hmm.
I want to think like, okay, if this is fake, what would the situation be? Let's say this is made up or it's a hoax. How could that be? How many things would make sense? How would that be possible? Is it plausible? Does it look fake? I'll ask every question. Then think of it like, what if that actually is real? And those are what we think they are. And that is what's mind-blowing, because it doesn't look like anything I've ever seen. You might be able to do that with the editor, but I don't know, like there's some details I need to know. But what it is, it's a disappearing airplane, and it was just on Mudahar's channel. He just showed a video of it, but there's this freaking airplane, and it's being filmed on two different cameras, like a infrared and a regular camera, I think. But these orbs start flying around it, 3 orbs in a circle as it's flying.
I saw it.
And they're circling it. What?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, they're circling it, and then it just freaking disappears. It blasts out of the sky. There's like a black, orb thing. I don't know. It explodes out of the air. But I just saw it. I haven't had a chance to look into the details or anything. I think if it was already like a hoax or debunked, like Mudahar would have found it, because he looked around a lot and looked deeper into it, and it's like, yeah, this freaking plane just disappears. You could look at the footage. It's a trip, dude. It's an absolute trip.
Right. And do we know where it took place exactly?
No.
Okay.
Just when.
Okay, I know, yes, I saw Mudahar's part of his video about it, and so basically, so chat that could know, on the other stream, like on the next one, I can go and, like, react to it. So, basically, there's a plane, and there's these orbs that are circling around it, there's 3 of them, and as Meta said, it vanishes, and there's this infrared camera that's monitoring everything, you can see it, and it just disappears. And there's instances in World War II when there is the bombers and these orbs flew by the plane, and we don't know what these things are exactly. I don't really know what they are, but in my opinion, I do feel it's a type of UAP. What do you think? Any thoughts on it?
I don't know. I didn't really try to think of it that way, like I said.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so those are, and I think something has to do with them, because I know about these orbs. It's different than the UFOs. Like, okay, UAP, UFO, the UAP is a new term. So with these UAPs, there's the flying saucers from the Greys and those things, and the Nordics or whatever else. And then you have these orbs that fly around and take ships. In World War II, there's incidences of these things. I don't know what they are. Both of us have made videos about them, and yes, it has something to do with them. These things. I don't know if it's their own biologics drone that they have, if it's some other, if it's some machine that they have that does that, something like that. So I think it's some kind of tool. It's some other type of UAP device of some kind, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think about anything yet, except
okay.
I just kind of laid it out in my mind. Like, I'm looking at it, and the first thing I want to consider is literally just my line of thinking is, what if that is real? And then I'm like,
right.
Think about it in that way. Look at it like, okay, let's imagine we're looking at an actual real video. It's not faked or anything. This actually happened, and this is recorded. Now, what do I think of that fact, of what I'm seeing? And I'm not going to think about it like, yeah, I'm just thinking like one thing at a time. That's my first line of thought. And I haven't gone forward anymore thinking about it. Okay. Like I thought the other side, like, just real quick, well, if it's fake, there would have to be some way to be able to know it's fake. Like a person shows you, oh, look, I made it on my computer, or, oh, here's the original video, or, oh, if it's debunked as a hoax or something. But I haven't even thought that through to any technical degree or anything. I mean, there's no way to really evaluate it anyway. You'd have to figure out actual details. There's like some conflicting stuff because, well, somebody was reporting that it came from this certain kind of a drone, and that was supposed to be like the credible, like very credible, but it's not true because that drone doesn't even have cameras. It just has data sensors. You can only sense like other shit. It can't see visually, it doesn't have that. So that wasn't right. I think there was some other discrepancy, but they don't know where that was. So the first thing I want to know is like, what can we say before I jump to what I think or what like theoretical? I want to know, what do we actually know and what can you figure out? Because
okay. Yeah.
Like what planes came up missing ever, because it was around the time of that Malaysia Airlines disappearance, but that happened after this.
Okay,
but
so
I don't know if the date is accurate and everything.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your thoughts on that. Now I will say my response. So basically, thank you for mentioning the Malaysian Airlines. So basically, the Malaysian Airlines is now suspected of being captured by UAPs, UFOs, whatever somebody wants to call them. Same thing. And that in World War II, they had them floating around airplanes. And Sarah says, basically, in Asia, they had thousands of years, there is these stories of these orb things flying around. So it's something that's been around for quite in the ancient times too. So basically, another thing I want to point out is these people that we're seeing, these people on these airplanes in China and also in America and different continents, that these people that were not human, and there is somebody, the Chinese person was saying that they were going to end up like the Malaysian airline because that's what was being told to him by the other guy. So I do think the Malaysian airline could have been something from a UFO, UAP. But this is the thing. My question here, this is all a mystery, all speculation of things that we may never have the answer to, is why are they interested in passenger airplanes at all? I don't know what the point of that would be.
I mean, it could be, obviously human bodies, like
True.
Collecting our technology and collecting the bodies either for some kind of use or some kind of research, or if you even think, maybe some people think that there are some beings with no purpose. They're just evil, like malevolent. They just fucking do evil things for no reason.
Okay. Yeah. No, I understand. Thank you, Meta. That was a good point. And yeah. And that's because you have to ask those thoughts. And like what you said a while back is, why are this little place Earth in the middle of nowhere, why are they so interested in this place? And that's a good point that you had. And yeah, so I think it's good Muda is covering it, and I think it's definitely some UAP thing, and that they vanished and went to some other place that we just don't know anything about. In my opinion.
Yeah, do you think, this is because I don't like to jump all over the place. I like to go through, like, systematically, and I kind of compartmentalize the thoughts.
Okay.
And I sit and ponder on, like, one piece of it, So the first thing I think about is, let's just say, like, you have to Like, it's not really something you can just say and then move on casually in conversation. It's something that, like, you really have to stop for a moment and consider that what if that video is actually true? Like,
I
it's
think that all the
actually
time.
real. And, like, so I'm sitting here, it gives you this feeling of such powerlessness,
I
like,
know.
such vulnerability, being a little mouse in a cage that a hand can come and just pick you up anytime it wants, destroy you, take you out. Then you start to think, okay, is that really life? Is that really what this is? No joke. Like, physically, that's happening? And we're really in a movie like They Live. Then what is the extent of it?
Oh yeah.
Where are they? How many more are there? What else have they done? What else are they doing? Is this the beginning of what they're doing? Was that a test? Is it something that's difficult to do? They just managed to pull it off that one time. Is this something they've been doing for a long time? Is this something they just developed this? Because why would we have never had anything like that on film, on camera, and people want to jump to the first, like, the laziest way of thinking, like, oh, well, it must have been like something. No, not really, because simply to prove that wrong, there had to have been a first time. Oh, if it had, there must have been thousands. Not really. It could have just been that one time. Maybe that's the first time we ever caught it on film. I've seen 1,000 butterflies. I've never been able to capture one on film. Not these monarchs. They're too hard to capture on film. It's impossible. You have to already be aiming your camera and happen to land right there.
Well, I did.
Yeah, it's real hard.
Well,
It's real difficult to do.
well, actually, well,
You know?
okay. I have a garden of flowers. Like in the fall, they bloom, and the monarch butterflies come and chill, and I'm just like staying there for a long time. So, but yeah, but that's just me.
Yeah, that's different. Like, they come to one specific plant.
Hmm.
They just go to only one plant. Monarch butterflies, silkweed, I think.
Okay.
Milkweed. Silkweed? Milkweed. I think that's it. But anyway, so if you think about this thing, like, you should pull up that video and put it on so chat can see who's in here next online, and Amanda, and I don't know, 2 people lurking. Creepers. Or no, no, me and you. I think it's me and you.
Yeah. Well, if right now we're doing the call and stuff, and yeah, they'll see it. They will see it. It'll happen.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. It'll get to them.
Well, yeah, I guess to describe it, it's just these 3 orbs are flying in a circle sideways around the plane, like if you had a hula hoop around the plane, kind of where the wings are, and the hula hoop was going forward, up and down. They're spinning around the plane, and it disappears. I want to know where, like, around that time frame, what are some other airplanes that disappeared? Could that be it? It just seems like too inconclusive. So I just kind of like, that's a dead end to think about that. I just like to think then, okay, like hypothetical scenarios, if that's a real thing, then what the fuck is happening? If that's actually a real thing that happens, I don't freak out or get paranoid, but I'll be aware of it, and it's like, I'll think about it. What will happen? Is there going to be more of that? Is that going to start to become super common? Is it going to, like, is it going to escalate, you know?
Right.
Like, this is like the kids throwing rocks at the house. Now they're throwing bricks at the windows. Now they come and they kick the door. Now they're breaking the door down. It's like, I don't know. I always had a feeling that there was already some kind of a presence or something. Maybe that is what happened in 2012. I think the world ended. Because you think about these alien greys, if they have this ability to do something like psychically, and if you think on a big scale, I mean, if they inhabited galaxies, there could be trillions and hundreds of trillions of them, right? Like, there could be so many of these gray aliens that could be robot clones. Most of the descriptions make it seem like they're just like workers, and they're like biologics. They're organic robots.
Right.
You know, and they're psychic beings, and some of them are different, but they're the same kind of like species, but different, like evil, and they fuck with people.
Right.
Well, if they really could do that, why couldn't they have however many people are on Earth? Say we got up to like 9 billion people on the planet. We have like 8 billion people. Well, what if they had a team of 10? They have their team of 10 billion alien psychics, and each group of like 100 has or 1,000 or 10,000 has like a supervisor, and it goes all the way up the chain, and it's coordinated. And they say, well, we have enough of us, and we're in range, and they have to psychically connect and take over a person to, maybe they could drive that person insane or cause them to do whatever, so they could physically come here. And it would be just like if AI were to take over and human beings were to get like wiped out, and they took our consciousness and put it in computer systems, we would never realize the transition. Just like when you're going to sleep, you don't feel yourself falling asleep. You feel yourself drifting to that kind of point, but then you're sleeping and you wake up.
Right, exactly.
So, they could have already, there could have already been a big, intense, bloody battle, and it could be literally just like the Matrix. It could have happened hundreds of years ago. This all could be, your whole life could literally just be a mental fantasy, or like something with your consciousness. Or it could just be that they're doing that now, and you think about that, well, maybe they have to physically come here, and they're just gaining enough intel, because I mean, there has, like I said before, there has to be some purpose. If we say, like, they're not just evil doing this for no reason. Let's say they do have some purpose. Well, if they're not good and they're not greeting us and helping us, that means the only option that's left is that they're not on our side, and they want to do something either to us or with us, and they don't care about our well-being. And
exactly.
So if that is invading and taking over the planet, logic would dictate either they can't do it, or they haven't done it yet, or they don't want to. And if they don't want to, it's because they're already doing what they want to do. Why take over a neighborhood if you're kidnapping people out of the neighborhood? You just keep kidnapping the people. Why would you want to take the whole neighborhood over? And you're fine. You don't have to do all that. You're already meeting your goals. Like,
right.
It feels like we could just be here as a farm, or maybe they have infiltrated the world, and the world is so big and complex, it is really hard to kill all the people. Like, it'd be very difficult, and probably anything they could do would destroy what's here, or leave some contamination or something. Assuming there's someone, but there's no way all of this is fake, everything is made up, everything's fantasy. Like, there's somebody here, there's something happening, and if there is, and that's beyond our technological comprehension. How do you know you're not sleeping and they're manipulating our engrams, our memory, which we have the ability to do now? We're manipulating engrams, and you can put a dye in a rat brain, and you can manipulate those engrams and re-stimulate the memory with a signal and cause the mouse to have the memory and do the thing where he thought cheese was right there. There's no cheese, bro. It's all in your mind. We have that fucking technology, you know?
I think it's been
Think
being
of what
used.
else could be out there.
I think it's been being used on us.
That's what I'm saying. I would not be surprised. But imagine if you really did wake up one day and everything you thought was real shattered into just a dark thought of, like, what? We're just, floating through space on a ship? Maybe even the Earth isn't there. Maybe it really is like just the Matrix, and there's a couple hundred human beings alive, and they connected us into like a simulation, you know, like a VR chat.
Like a Matrix.
Yeah, a VR chat. Yeah. It's just being impressed in our mind. You would think, like, well, maybe that's where all the ideas for Hollywood came from, and like everything we've experienced. Because you really have to get into it. If you're going to really think this hypothetically, you really have to go all the way with it.
Right.
You know, they sit there and consciously focus on an individual human being and keep control of that one human. Mm-hmm. And it's like, this has always, like, there's no human history. Like, there's no answer to, like, where did we come from? There's like maybe 200 people, and we're on a vessel floating through like some nebula, like billions of light years from the Milky Way, if it's even real. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is how they farm us, and we're the actual slaves, and they have a device like a Neuralink on our head, and we're actually in some like diamond mines on a planet like Mars. That's what human beings are. And this is like that we go home at night after 16 hours of mining, and they put this thing on us, and we can't remember the day, and now we're in this world every day. Maybe that was our whole life.
Yeah, and those are very good points. And also this ties into like what in the biblical stuff about Revelation, like what Sarah was saying, and about these beings that wage war on Earth, and they do this war on Earth that you speak of, and then like the good aliens, we call them angels, come and they have this war to save the Earth. So there are good ones. The Bible says to test the spirit, and I tell you this, and you could interpret that how you want. The alien, test the alien to see what it does. There are good ones and there are bad ones, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right.
So here's another like idea. Say that Neuralink, Elon Musk makes Neuralink, and it comes out, and you can buy a headset. So you can put the headset on, and you basically like fall asleep, and you're unconscious, and you wake up, and you're like in a dream, like a lucid dream, like your own Matrix reality.
Right.
And so you're aware that you're in there. Wow, I'm wearing the Neuralink and I'm asleep, but I'm in here and I can see because it's in your mind now. So it's just like VR chat, but it's happening inside your brain. You're laying on your bed at home, just like, you know, but this is happening inside your head. So it's a hallucination, but the Neuralink is transmitting the data and the areas, so you can manipulate this by thinking it, just like you're in whatever fucking movie I can't think of, where lucid dreaming. But anyway, yeah. So you're laying there. Then someone thinks of the idea. I've had this like theory for a long time, where we say, okay, like, I want to, like, human beings go so advanced that everything becomes, like, boring. Nothing is really that fun anymore, like sports and everything. We need some kind of, like, advanced stimulus entertainment. So we're kind of, like, beaming, like, information directly into our eyes, and, like, with displays and, like, Neuralink things and downloading information. And, well, the next natural progression is to experience those things. Well, you can't really experience it genuinely if you're aware of it, because it breaks the third or the fourth wall. You know, it breaks the illusion.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way to experience it would be to be unconscious of your actual body. So they'll do something where when you put the Neuralink on, you're not aware that you are you.
Oh, no.
So you wake up, and one day you start to understand the world, and you're 18 years old, and you have all your memories of growing up, and you become 21 years old, and you start a YouTube channel,
mm-hmm.
and you do all this, and you live another 60 or 80 years. And at the very end, you're falling asleep, you're dying, your last breath. You just lived your whole life. Your family is there. And all of a sudden, you wake up in your chair. And that was a half-hour session.
Mm-hmm.
This whole life you just experienced right now. You talking to me on the phone, all your gardening, your channel, everyone in chat. Mm-hmm. All this was either like I'm sitting in the chair and none of you are real, or you're the person and I'm just part of the program, the AI, interacting with you, and I don't know it. Just like in Truman Show when he says, hey, and he's talking to his neighbor, and he's like, come on, you're crazy.
I saw that.
He doesn't know. Yeah. Then you're like, well, okay, it could be multiple people. It could be where some people have individual, you could have a private room, or you could have an arena where it's a collective, or you could have different genres. You could have, what is it like to grow up as a human being in an evil world? What's it like to grow up in a world where there's dinosaurs? What's it like for this, that? Mm-hmm. And we're just, the other thing that follows that same kind of story is, what if this is all just the same thing, but it's for diagnostic purposes? And this is how we search for mental discrepancies. So everything that's playing out is just a projection of like what your brain has manifested, and this is how we sort through all your memories and past issues and pain and become like perfect human beings, like mentally. And you're going to wake up in the hospital and remember that it's actually 500 years in the future, and we have no money. Everyone has utopia. Like,
oh yeah,
you know, like that could be what this is, or it's just a prison planet, physical, with none of the psychic stuff, and they've put us here, or kept us here, and we're just the ants in the ant farm. So I think about this, like, what if it actually is the case? There's nothing I can do about it, but I think about it like, what's going to happen eventually? Either I won't know anything about it, or the other option is we do figure it out somehow. I always had that fantasy that, like, the sky is just going to break open like a piece of glass, and there'll be like that green grid behind it, and just everyone's looking at it, and nobody can do anything, and the aliens are like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. We did all this. The jig is up. It's like, you know, replicators start crawling out of everywhere. It's like, oh, shit. Little robots. Fucking aliens running around. Like, dude, Biden rips his face off. He's like, ah! he's a fucking monster. You know, he's like eats fucking Kamala Harris. Like it's a South Park episode. Oh, obey! And fucking Trump comes in and just like shoots him once in the head with a Ruger. It's like, not on my watch. Oh. I have a weird imagination, I know.
Well,
But yeah, man.
the great minds think alike. I'm like that too.
Think about all that kind of stuff. I saw that airplane disappeared, and I thought, what if that is happening? Why would they not make all the airplanes disappear? Do they just need one? Are they trying to be careful? Why would they care? Like, what can we do?
I know
Are they
there's
vulnerable? Like,
a lot of questions more than answers.
Yeah.
I agree totally.
yeah. Like Independence Day, what if they're aware that we could destroy them so easily, or if we find out, then they know we'll learn real easy that, like, oh, it's like we find these documents and it's like, oh yeah, every government has aliens. Every part of your world has aliens. And we're like, oh, maybe that, like, why? Yeah, man. Why would they just like take one plane? Maybe that's all they need or all they want to do. They abduct people.
Mhm.
Well, you have to watch that video I was telling you about on Midnight Broadcast. I could send you the link sometime, but talking about abduction stories.
Yeah, you can, sure.
Yeah, everybody's stories have like very strange similarities, but not like they were copied from each other. It's just
Right, I get it, yeah.
it's just like with the alien head image. It's kind of like the Egyptians and the pyramids and
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, just Egypt, just itself, and everything just fits together. Like all of the facts go together and it all makes sense. Like there's nothing that's weird or like contradictory or debatable. It's really there. Someone built it. It connects and lines up to certain things, and there's a whole fucking big deal. Water channels, and there was like zinc and copper, and there was like pieces of like light bulb found. It was, yeah. So all these like ubiquitous things, if it just points to one thing and one thing only. Like, why is the shape of a bird's foot look exactly like an airplane? Because there's certain analogs, no matter how big or far you go in the universe and in nature, that there are like fundamentals, like the aerodynamics of something, and it's a shape that's eventually going to happen. And if that's what we made, then how come that's in a statue like a long time ago?
Right.
It makes no sense. Like, how do they have titanium paint like 10,000 years ago? We just invented it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point.
There's no way that we were the first inhabitants here, and I think someone, you know, maybe put us here, and something happened, and we just kind of, we were left behind, and someone else probably found us. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a big galactic network out there, kind of like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, there's so much more out there than you thought, and it's just insane. Just fucking millions of civilizations, and like, it's all spread out so far.
Right.
We just thought, like, we're the only one in like, our observable universe is still just like a grain of sand on a beach.
It is. You're right. Yes, it is.
We don't even know if the universe is endless. Like, just infinitely all everywhere. It just never ends. So it's how could it stop? What would that be? It doesn't make sense. Everything, it just keeps going, always.
right. And
That's cool.
in the Christian thought, like Jesus, yeah, he comes with them, with his angels, his aliens, and they, which he himself is in a way, he's an alien too, and they defeat them and they restore Earth to a peaceful state, and those other things are defeated, and then it says like Satan comes back out in 1,000 years, and then they try to have like a comeback, and then he's like thrown out forever into condemnation, and they get defeated. So that's like the Christian perspective, like we have God to protect us and the angels, but sometimes these things do occur, and because this is a fallen state, and like the humans, like they betrayed the the covenant in the beginning, like so they sided with the aliens, and the aliens wanted to destroy us. So it's like we reaped what we sowed. But thankfully, in the Christian thought, which is in my opinion, that God saved us, had delivered us anyway when we weren't supposed to be. So, but as I said, I do think with these creatures, these beings, and even like from your perspective, they're very, it's very creepy to think about. Like you just be in an airplane and then you're just snatched away because they have some kind of ability we don't have, and I think that it is like being in a mouse in a cage.
Yeah. I mean, if that was real, like that thing's just gone. It's gone. It's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless that was an optical effect, like in, like I mean, if they're flying and they did some like optical thing where you can't see it, but it's still there. But it looks like that thing just fucking disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And like if you think like, well, okay, what if it was just some editing and effects? Like, well, the person would have thought like, what would look cool, what would look believable, what would be scientifically valid. Sometimes people might think that way, like a Gene Roddenberry, like, or George Lucas. I want to make it seem like super realistic. I want to have a laser firing out. What would that do? And like, yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It starts as like if you look at it slow, it starts from the center and it's a black void, which is this on an infrared camera. So it's like a black circle that starts real tiny and explodes outward and like envelops the whole plane like a bubble, and then poof, it's gone. So you're looking at heat signature. Like the hotter something is, the brighter it is. And it turns to red, like you can see on the infrared. Black is no heat. When you're talking about like anti-gravity systems and the actual physics and science of it, like there are things where you could create a field and it's either going to be running on something that's extremely cold, or it's going to, like, it's going to need something that's really cold, or it's going to create like a bubble of cold, like area, maybe like a void of energy for a moment,
Mm-hmm.
and come outwardly. So that's actually what you'd see on, that is what you would see on camera if this like hypothetical fucking like some kind of a teleportation or something like that. So it's just impossible to say, because, well, the person could have realized that, or if it's real, then that's just how it looks. We have no frame of reference. We we don't have like confirmed occurrences of like, oh yeah, we all know aliens are here and they take our airplanes. That's like a normal thing.
Yeah.
If that happened all the time, we would have footage. We would know what it looks like. We would be able to measure it and see it, or at least measure it as far as like detecting it, analyzing it with our eyes, filming it. Then we would have all the nerds like, oh, like I'm a film nerd. I want to know every pixel. And you're like, dude, this is a fucking cursor drift. Oh, anti-aliasing, look, half a pixel. It's like, fuck. It's faded in the wrong direction, 0.01%. Oh, fucking math, science. Okay. And they'll be like, yeah, no, that one is fake. Here's why. But we don't have anything like that. Uh, yeah, like if I just told you like draw what you think an alien looks like, and I'll do the same thing, it'll probably look similar.
Mm-hmm.
If I said like, well, what would make a plane disappear like that? Like something. I don't know, man. It seems like some legit, like something you'd see in a science fiction movie that was written to be more realistic. And it would make sense to the point where your brain wouldn't be like, oh, that looks fake as hell, weird, or like there was something mechanical happening for a little bit of time. If
Mm-hmm.
somebody was editing it, they could have just made the plane disappear. Yeah, they could have made it more elaborate on purpose to sell it, but like I said, I'm just thinking, what if it is an actual thing? Well, there's a mechanical thing that happens. First of all, one of them appears, and it looks like it's getting its bearings. When the first one appears, it looks like it's like getting set up, and then once it kind of locks in, the other ones follow it. And it even looks like the fucking heat signature reflections are accurate as they're spinning around. They look like they're almost spinning.
I
But
agree.
like anytime the orbs, yeah, when the orbs are facing the plane, they're more lit up like a half moon facing the plane, and the back end is dark.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be like this technology that's been described. Like I said, we've seen the video of these discs, and it has a dark ring in the center. And that's an extremely common theme. And it has to do with like anti-gravity and like warp engine and shit, where you're warping space-time, so that's not going to show up in any heat signature because it's like 0 degrees Kelvin. It's like there's no temperature. There's nothing there at the moment. Or in other words, physical wormhole. So like a black hole, you can't ever film a black hole. You can only see the light going into it, and when it passes the event horizon, light can't exist right there. So there's nothing for the photons to bounce off of into our camera for us to see. You can't detect heat, light, nothing. It's black. And that's what happens with that thing. And when you pause the shapes as it's getting bigger, it doesn't look like something a person created, even artistically. It looks like an actual, like, physical phenomena of just nature, of something that would make sense, like a magnetic field, how you would look at it. It doesn't look manufactured. There's no regularness to it. It looks totally fucking legit, is my point. I want to know what airplanes have been missing, and I want to look into like what other people have found out about this thing too, or looked into it. Probably just get ignored. Oh, because that could be the most compelling thing. So they'll have some new distraction. Probably Donald Trump will get indicted fucking 8,000 times tomorrow. He'll be facing 986 fucking years more in prison. So, we got to put this guy in prison for at least 4,000 years. At least. Man, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I want to say that, and yeah, I really like this conversation and very good points. And also, I'm going to end the show, and
All
also
right.
we'll talk more. And yeah, I want to say that I thank you for having you. I'm glad you came on for biologics, and I would want to know if you had any final statements.
Let's go, Brandon.
Okay. Um, All right. Good day.
All right, buddy. Can you?
All right. That was a very good call by Dark Meta. Very good. Always a good caller on the show. I'm about to end it, everybody, so everybody could know what's going on. It's gonna end, and good, good run this time. I enjoyed it. And shout out to the Dark Meta and chat. And this was a very great conversation. And all those that are watching, you can watch the replay of this video. Anybody that may have missed the stream, like, you can watch the rerun. Glad to have everybody that's watching and those that have watched. Thank you for participating in the discussion. And I hope everybody has a very good, blessed weekend. And I have some more content coming out, some more videos and stories and shorts and stuff coming out throughout the weekend. And that'll be that. Alright, it's your captain, last transmission, heading out. Thank you for coming.